Councillors, will be beginning in 2 minutes. Carlos. Thank you, councillors. We're now ready to begin. I open the ordinary council meeting on the 23rd of November 2021 at 6:13 p.m. Good evening, councillors. Councillors, tonight I will be reading the prayer and the acknowledgement of country, beginning with the prayer. Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessings upon this council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of Randwick and Australia. Amen. Now I'd like to go to the acknowledgement of country. I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the land of the Bidjigal and the Gadigal people who occupy the Sydney coast as being the traditional owners of the land. On behalf of Randwick City Council, I acknowledge and pay my respects to elders past and present and to any Aboriginal people in attendance today. We now move to apologies and granting of leaves of absence. Do I have any apologies? There is Councillor Roberts. No, I have an apology from Anthony Andrews for lateness. Do we have any further apologies? Okay, no. All right. All those in favour of the apologies, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. Good. We now know the microphones work. So, and all those against, okay, I declare that carried. We now move on to the confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting on the 26th of October 2021.
I'll move it. I'll move it, Mr. Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Shuri and seconded by Councillor Stavrinos. All those in favour?
Aye.
Okay, all those against? Okay, I declare that carried. I now have the minutes of the extraordinary council meeting on the 1st of November 2021. Can I have a mover, please?
I can move.
Okay, moved by Councillor Lutsford and seconded by Councillor De Rocha.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Just as a reminder, if you're participating in the meeting, you are able to remove your mask. However, I'd kindly request that members of the public keep their masks on where possible. Thank you. All right, we now move to the declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interests. Do we have any declarations? I have a declaration.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to start with Councillor Matson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I declare a non-pecuniary but significant interest in the following items on the business paper. CP 90 of 21 being dealing with 212 Arden Street, CP 9, CP 91 of 21 dealing with 11 to 19 Frenchman's Road, CP 92 of 22 dealing with, CP 89 of 21, dealing with 1820 Stanley Street. So those three items were CP 89 of 21, CP 90 of 21, CP 91 of 21. All these matters involve the Sydney Eastern City Planning Panel, of which I am a member. I will not be taking any part in the debate and will leave I will not participate in the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Matson. Councillor Veach, was there anything? I saw a hand up.
Yes, I'd like to declare a significant non-pecuniary interest in CP 8821, Community Investment Program. I do occasional contract work for one of the organisations that are being recommended to receive a grant. I will not be involved in that project or receiving any benefit from that project whatsoever. However, I will declare an interest and I won't participate in the debate on that. That organisation is the Community Restorative Centre.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe there may be a speaker tonight who I also know through my work and through the Randwick community.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further declarations?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
CP 8921, CP 9021, CP 9121, for the same reasons that Councillor Matson declared a significant but non-pecuniary interest, as I also am a member of the Sydney Eastern City Planning Panel.
Thank you. Are there any further declarations? Okay, I have Councillor
Yes, Mr.
Bowen.
Mayor.
Councillor
Yes,
Bowen.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just declare in relation to Merrill Minute 49-2021, support for Coogee Dolphins Junior Rugby League Club fundraising barbecue for Ronald McDonald House, Randwick, 12 December 2021. I make a non-significant, non-pecuniary declaration. Both my sons have played for the Coogee Dolphins in recent years, and so I just make the declaration, but I'll be voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Councillor Stavrinos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to CP 86/21, the Lunar New Year events, I'm a business owner in Kingsford, and I know that the event will be taking place in Kingsford. It's non-significant, non-pecuniary, and I'll be voting on the matter tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further? Councillor Said.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got non-pecuniary, non-significant, also on CP 89/21, CP 90/21, and CP 91/21 as I'm the alternative on the planning panel, and I'm also already sitting on CP 91/21.
Can I just clarify how you'll be handling the matter?
I'll be leaving the room.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Are there any further declarations of interest? There are a few. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mayor. Declaration regarding CP 89/21, non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. I own a property in close proximity to the site. I will not be voting on the matter.
Okay, thank you. I'll give one last call. Oh, and I have my own. Okay, I have two declarations, one relating to CS 55/21 local surf clubs. I have a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest as I am a patrolling member of the Maroubra Surf Lifesaving Club. While I do not hold any office, actively participate in the management or administration of the organisation, nor for that matter do I engage in any other activities to any significant extent which could be considered as giving rise to a particularly strong affiliation. As such, I will be participating in the matter. CP 93/21 Community Service Awards. I have a non-significant, non-pecuniary declaration as I may know Mr. Godfrey through my political party affiliation. However, I'm unsure if the recipient is the same person. I will be participating in the matter. I kindly request that the full declaration be included in the minutes. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, apologies. I would also like to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in CP 55. I'm a member of the South Maroubra Surf Club, but I will participate and vote on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Veach. There being no further declarations, we now move to addresses of council by members of the public. Because of the scheduling of some of the participants, the first item which we will be beginning with is CO72/21 Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee Chairperson's Annual Performance Report. In favour, Mr Carl Millington. Mr Millington, you're more than welcome to take your mask off while speaking.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors. It's good to get the mask off. Thank you for having me here tonight. I know this is the first time that the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee of Randwick City Council has actually addressed the council. We thought that being the first time, it would be good to come along and present the report verbally to you. It has been circulated, but I will go through it quickly. I will borrow some of the words from it. For everybody's information, the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee of Council is an independent committee. It's made up of 3 independent members and 2 councillor delegates. It has been implemented as a result of changes to local government legislation, and it replaced what used to be the Audit Committee of Council that operated for about 10 years. The authority under which the committee operates is firstly under the legislation, the local government legislation, but secondly also there's a charter that outlines what our responsibilities and obligations are. But the main thing for everybody to remember and for the committee to remember is that we have no management powers. We can't make decisions or anything like that. We provide independent oversight of council's operations. The charter sets out pretty clearly what our role and responsibilities are, and it sets out there, we're looking at the various management frameworks, financial management, governance, risk, performance and control. We also look at integrated planning, we review legislative compliance, and last and not least, the 2 important things that really started out audit committees was internal audit and external audit. So we have a role to play in the establishment of the internal audit program. We also have a role to play in liaising with the external auditor and reviewing council's financial statements and having discussions around any issues arising out of the external audit. And it'd be fair to say that's probably one of the meetings a year that we have that most of the time is spent on the financial statements of council. To make sure that we get through everything in an orderly manner, we have a forward plan, and with the help of the secretariat provided by the council, we're able to plan ahead what we're going to do at each meeting at different times through the year. Bearing in mind we only meet 4 times a year, and we occasionally have a 5th meeting if necessary to go through the financials. So we plan out pretty carefully what we're going to do in the year, and if you'll see in the report, there's quite a lot of material that the committee does get through in that period of time. So the delegates on the committee representing council are your Mayor, Councillor Dylan Parker, and your Deputy Mayor, Councillor Lindsay Shuri, who have both been with us the whole time that the committee has been operating. And I've got to say, in all the different experiences I've had, it's not common for the council delegates to stay for that period of time. There's a lot of swapping in and out, alternates and all the rest of it. To their credit, they've stuck with us despite all of the dry material and information we have to go through, but they've stuck with us and have been a great attribute to the committee. So thank you both for that. One of the other roles and responsibilities we have, which becomes, I suppose it's embryonic. This is only just starting in local government. But the committee is required to assess council's performance under its key obligations and key responsibilities. No framework has been established for this. Guidelines issued by the Office of Local Government recently won't once they're passed, won't be enacted until at least 2024, and in some cases 2027. So we're operating in an environment where we're creating a way to do things to make things better and to help council and the community. So one of the things that we've come up with this year was to try and work out the maturity that council sat in regard to its key responsibilities and obligations. We discussed this at the Audit Committee, or the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee recently. There was some debate around the longevity of the framework, some of the ramifications of adopting a framework in isolation of anyone else because we can't have comparability, etc. But the one thing it does, or two things it does, is it at least it achieves the obligation under the Charter. Secondly, it brings a focus to bear on areas of council that are in different stages of maturity. And the third thing it's going to do, hopefully, is in the next few years, it's going to provide us a framework with which we can measure council's improvement in its performance and its operations. So it's aspirational. It may change next year if the guidelines come out and mandate a framework, but at the moment it's left to the committee and council and your general manager to determine how that be assessed. So I suppose the key things that I'd like to, on the back of that context, the committee goes through a list of different obligations that council has, and we try to assess where council's how they've performed in those areas. And we look at financial management, and we agreed that we felt that council was pretty mature in its financial management capabilities. And from a governance management, we thought it was satisfactory. So I should explain that there are 4 ratings in this scale, and it's unsatisfactory, developing, satisfactory, and mature. They're designed to be utilised over a 4-year period of council's term. So it's not a matter of assessing this year and hoping that it's astronomically better next year. It's a matter of seeing how it tracks over 4 years. So our assessment over the performance, and we're bearing in mind that our meetings have been going now for 18 months or 17 months. Governance management we thought was satisfactory. Enterprise risk management is a developing area in most councils in New South Wales. It's now being required under the new guidelines, and council, we've classified that as being developing, recognising the stage of its development where it is. And the same with the performance management framework, that's still developing. It's still got ways to go, but there's a lot of effort going into those areas to make sure that they are developing and they are being addressed. We haven't had a chance to look at the control framework as such because COVID interrupted a whole lot of things. The integrated planning and reporting and the legislative compliance we deemed to be satisfactory, and we were quite happy with that. Internal audits developing, mainly because council went through a period where they didn't have an internal auditor. They have this year employed a new, very good, he's proving from our point of view from the committee, he's proving to be very good, very up to speed with things. So we're calling that developing, but I'm very confident that that will develop quite quickly as the internal audit function starts to find its way. External audit, and we had a little bit of a debate about it. External audit, I say, is satisfactory. I am an external auditor. Any score of equal to satisfactory, I will take. So I won't give any higher than what I will take. In here is a list of all the reports that we've looked at. I'll put them in there because it just goes to show you the enormous amount of work that the committee goes through and the information we have to consider and we have to review. It's quite a long task. It's not a sit-down half-hour meeting. The object is to try and look at every facet of the key organisational responsibilities of council and try to make sure that council's doing its best possible job in performing its functions. The Audit Risk and Improvement Committee has in its name the word improvement, and it's the one challenge that we really have to address from our point of view as to how we can help the council improve on what it does. Part of the reason for the ratings and the assessment model that we created was to try and provide a way to measure improvement on a year on year and 4-year term basis. Overall, I'm satisfied that the committee has met its obligations and performed in accordance with its charter. I'm satisfied that the committee has also been of benefit to council by providing an independent oversight to council in the management of its operations and its functions. There's a couple of changes ahead. The Office of Local Government, as I said, have released new guidelines. Those guidelines may be finalised next year. They include a number of different things that are, some people say, an enhancement on what we're currently doing. There will be more formality around some of the reporting that comes out of that if the guidelines are approved. There will be an annual attestation report that the General Manager will have to prepare and include in Council's annual report if that goes ahead. There's likely to be monitoring by the Audit Office of New South Wales on Council's compliance with the guidelines. And the guidelines are looking at risk management, internal audit, and its other functions. So there's likely to be those sorts of things. And one of the obligations that we will have as a committee in conjunction with the General Manager and Council will be to develop key performance indicators that will allow the organisation to measure our performance as a committee. So that's pretty much it. If there's any questions, Mr Mayor, I'm happy to take questions through you if required.
Do we have any questions? Is there a question from Councillor Nielsen?
It's a fairly general question, if I may be so bold, through you, Mr Mayor. Have you got any idea how we compare to another council in terms of our status and reporting and progress and so on?
We did talk about this the other day. No, I don't have a formal idea about it because it's embryonic. This has only just started. Not every council is doing it the way we're doing it. A lot of people that I've spoken to haven't worked out that iron improvement. They haven't. I'm not aware of anybody else who has been able to create a framework to assess the maturity of council in their key obligations. So either I'm going to be really clever and get ahead of the game, or I'm going to be off on the wrong track. But at this stage, I don't have anything that I can compare with other councils other than my own personal experience. And I don't think it's wrong for me to say that from my experience with Randwick City Council compared to other councils that I've been involved with, that Randwick always appears to be reasonably well organised and in most cases ahead of the curve. And I can't say that generally, but I can't say it across everything, I should say, but generally it is a well-organised, well-managed, good-performing council. There are, though, bearing in mind how many councils there are and the different types of councils. So we've got regional councils, urban councils, major councils, there's a whole lot of different councils. But look, just about every council I've walked into has room for improvement, and this council's no different. One difference that I've noted, if it's of any benefit to you, is this council and management appear to be prepared to collaborate to try and get the improvements that we're all aspire to. I don't have that everywhere I go.
If I can just make the comment, I think that's a very good sign.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nielsen. Are there any further questions?
Yes, Councillor Veitch, I have a question for the Speaker. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Veitch.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to speak. It's been really interesting to hear your report. Are there any councils where these reports are published on the business papers, you know, or made available on the council website for the public to be able and councillors to be able to view the reports as they're completed?
Well, this annual report, as I understand it, is published in your business paper and is available for anybody to read. Yes.
But just as the meetings progress during the year, you know, as you have your meetings during the year, are there any councils who publish those?
My recollection from what I've seen, there are some councils that don't publish anything, and there are some councils that publish just the minutes, and there are some councils who publish the business papers and the minutes. That's about it. Yeah, it's a very mixed bag. So there's no right or wrong. The main thing that the guidelines have pointed to is that there is a lot of sensitive information that the committee may be exposed to via internal audit, through complaints and things like that. So whether or not the business papers should be on display for public it's at this stage, the guidelines suggest they should be confidential. But it is at the end of the day, the guidelines make it quite clear, and I'll be frank, it says it's up to the council to determine what they want to do. But there's just that discreet warning there about the confidentiality. Bear also in mind that there are some reports that come to the committee which are, by virtue of the provider of the report, deemed to be confidential. They do not want them to be released or published.
Thank you. Thank you for your detailed answer. Where the matters aren't confidential, do you think there's a benefit in the matters being open to the public, available to the public, and the confidential items not being, as we do with our normal council business papers, the confidential items aren't published, but obviously the majority of the matters are obviously not confidential, and they're made available and published on the council website. Do you think there would be benefit in that?
Overall, I think my opinion is that the business that's done through the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee, including external audit and internal audit, are probably generally of a confidential nature, and I don't believe that there's a great deal of benefit to be derived from publishing those sorts of reports. There's some things in there that you don't need that to be out there, particularly where there's complaints and there's issues in the internal audits that come up, and it involves various operational matters. I don't think that's of any benefit. I am on one committee that decides matter by matter on the agenda, whether it's confidential or not. It's not the most efficient way of doing it. It would be a more efficient way would be to say, maybe agree up front that there are some things that you're happy to have made public, but doing it through the meeting matter by matter makes it a little bit clunky. I mean, at the end of the day, my role is to make sure that the committee is as efficient as possible. Council's role, or council will have, once the guidelines are determined, it appears that council will have the ultimate say as to whether or not information should be made available, made public. I would probably not rush into it. I'd probably want to have a look through all the information that's there and what benefit is being derived from it first before I made that decision.
Thank you.
Okay, there being no further questions, I would just like to thank Mr Millington for addressing us tonight, and with indulgence, just thank you for your services as the chair of ARIC so far. As a member on ARIC, I've been very impressed by the nature of the contributions of the independent members, as well as the very thorough answers provided by staff. And I think that the nature of the questioning, the debate that occurs, and the very robust discussion is really a testament to that committee. So look, thank you for coming here this evening, and I look forward to seeing you again.
Yeah, see you again soon. Thank you. Thank you all. Good night.
Thank you. Us now having concluded questioning on that particular item, we move to the next item in the public meeting, CP 88/21 Community Investment Program October Round 2021. Mr. Murray Cook, speaking in favour of the report.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Veitch, I need to
Leave
the meeting for the moment for the during.
Okay, thank you. So just before you begin, we'll just wait for Councillor Veitch to leave. So 1 second, Mr. Cook.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe you may now begin.
Yeah, thank you very much. So thank you for your time. My name is Murray Cook. I'm a long-term Maroubra resident and a proud member of the South End Board Riders Club. Also, I've been working for you guys for a long time as a marine biologist when I do the rock pool rambles and snorkelling trips, and I commend you on your fantastic summer program. It's always been really popular. But I'm here to speak about my main job, which is as a music teacher and a coordinator of the Songbirds music program. My history as a musician, I've worked and toured, produced and recorded with bands such as Midnight Oil, Warumpi Band, Mixed Relations, Mental as Anything and Leah Purcell. I've had a lot of experience in the music industry. I've met a lot of producers and various people. And during this time, I was a music teacher at Long Bay for 21 years. Unfortunately, the government removed the teachers about nearly 5 years ago now. And I was very lucky to get asked to work for a different organisation, a private organisation called the Community Restorative Centre. Now, Community Restorative Centre is a wonderful organisation, and it helps especially prisoners to readjust to society. They do a lot of work with women in terms of domestic violence, women's shelters, rehab, for getting people back into jobs, and all sorts of programs within the jails as well. We were run by private and some government finance, but I think we give very good bang for the buck throughout. Most of the people I work with are extremely passionate and hard-working. Now, the Songbirds program was written based on my own experience as a teacher and as a musician, and also I looked at programs like Jail Guitar Doors in the UK and the USA, which are run by people like Billy Bragg, Joe Strummer, and various other well-known musicians in America. We started in 2017, and I've done many workshops all the way from Long Bay to Broken Hill in both men's and women's programs. We've had very successful programs in Dawunia, Mullawarra and Mary Wade lately. The workshops go for about 5 weeks, and we have 1 day a week, like one morning a week. And a lot of the participants have never sung into a microphone before. But it's very well received because there's not much going on there at the moment. And we find it gives the prisoners self-esteem, a chance to tell their story, very therapeutic. We work with psychologists in there and welfare. And it's a great way to let off steam without any violence. And a lot of them have gone on to, when they get out, have gone on to musical careers, or we've directed them into things like the Eora TAFE or Randwick TAFE. Also places like the Redfern Community Centre and Ozanam Learning Centre, where there's free courses.
Mr. Cook, I grant you an additional minute extension.
Yes, okay, sorry, I won't be much longer. So the program is unique because we also look after them post-release. We're also doing some work at the Ozanam Centre at the moment in Woolloomooloo. And I'd just like to say the music industry is one of the only industries where it's good to have a criminal record, especially if you're a rapper. The Songbirds CDs have been very well received. We've got 2 here. We record the music in the jail and then we produce them. The first one was produced at my home studio in Maroubra. The second one was produced with Jim Maggini from Midnight Oil at his studio. And we're doing one at the moment. That's what we have applied the grant for, to help with the recording and production of this CD. So the songs are recorded in jail and then they're mixed with a professional backing. And they've been very well received. We've had reviews in Rolling Stone. We've got a story in Rolling Stone this month. Rhythms magazine and also the Magnificent Beast. We've had reviews there. We've had airplay on ABC Radio National, Triple J, 2SER, all the ABC stations. So it's a very much local production. We've got local legendary musicians working on it, like Adam Blacksmith, who's my offsider, who lives in Maroubra, Scotty Johnson, Rose Tattoo drummer, who lives in Bronte, Abby Dobson from Leonardo's Bride, another Bronte girl, and my daughter Maya Luana, who's done videos for us and backing vocals, and she lives in Clovelly. We're working with, for this CD, we're working with a 5-time ARIA Award-winning producer, Paul McKershaw, who's done Midnight Oil.
Mr. Cook,
yeah?
we could wrap it up, please.
Oh, okay then. Okay, we'd just like to say, well, we would really appreciate this grant because we work on a shoestring, and Randwick Council will get full accreditation. And we've got lots of publicity for this one coming up. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Before you leave, councillors, do you have any questions of Mr. Cook? There's a question from Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, thank you very much for the great work you do, especially in that position in the jail. It's a very challenging environment, I imagine, but you know, they're worthy of effort being thrown at their rehabilitation. But can I just confirm you are recommended for a grant, or you'd like to be given a grant? We've put in for the grant, yeah, and I just wanted to say a few words about the program to let you know what we're doing, that's all. Yep, okay,
yeah.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Right, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay, there being no further questions, thank you, Mr. Cook.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay. We now move to the next item, CP 9021 212 Arden Street, 227 to 223 Coogee Bay Road, and 5/7A and 15A Vicker Street, Coogee. They'll all be together in order. I'll just give the councillors an opportunity to leave the meeting who declared interests.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and Councillor Veach needs to be given time. And Councillor Matson is leaving, so we'll just give her 1 second.
Mr. Mayor, just if I could declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in regards to CP 90/20 where 21. I am aware of one of the owners of the Coogee Bay Hotel, Simmertown Limited, but I will be voting on the matter.
Okay, thank you. We'll just wait, and I'm just after confirmation that all of the relevant councillors are now back and they've all left. Is that correct? Okay, I call the first speaker, Mr. Ryan Elliott. Thank you. Just before you begin, Mr. Elliott, I'd just like to remind all speakers that you have 3 minutes to speak, and with the possibility of 1 minute extension. We have a lot to get through tonight, so that would be very helpful. Thank you. We're good to go.
Slideshow?
A slideshow, yep.
Okay, I'll start. My name's Ryan Elliott. I'm chair of the Coogee Precinct. Coogee was gazetted as a village in 1838, and to this day has a relaxed, low-key village feel, so dearly loved by locals and visitors alike. The local character statement for Coogee states development should keep the village look and feel. Many of you will be aware of the last attempt for overdevelopment on the Coogee Bay Hotel site in 2010 for 8 stories. This was overwhelmingly rejected by the community, and the government report at the time thankfully saw sense to reject the proposal. Despite this, here we are again in 2021, with the owner engaging an out-of-state property developer with yet another inappropriate development and no community engagement. With limitations of a COVID lockdown, the community have come together virtually with over 6,200 members of the community signing a petition to say 12 metres and no more. The member for Coogee, Marjorie O'Neill, has been inundated with concerned members of the community. Her petition has over 1,100 signatures. Next slide. Overall, there have been 349 unique objections submitted, no proformas. Objections have been submitted by the community on view loss, overshadowing, heritage impact, safety, traffic, privacy, impact on the foreshore, excessive non-compliant height, and excessive non-compliant floor space ratio, or FSR. Some outlined in this council report, and too many objections received to mark on the map on page 116 of the business paper. You'll hear from members of the community tonight, including Jess and Lewis, each of whom oppose this development and will be impacted in different ways. I cannot stress enough the concern, dismay and outrage from the community at this proposed development. The wider community has grave concerns when they see videos of the developer saying, quote, "We've not pushed height and FSR," and "The heritage pub stays in its current form. We don't touch that." When the proposal exceeds height by over 11 metres and exceeds the FSR by up to 50% and includes chopping off the heritage-listed roof of the hotel to afford ocean views to the new units behind. In the pre-DA planning stages, November 19, July 20, October 20, Randwick Council has advised the developer time and again that the proposal was too tall and too bulky, height and FSR. The developer has ignored this most reasonable request by the council planners. The entire west of the site is proposed for demolition. There is no reason any new development could not be fully compliant with the planning rules. Furthermore, the developer's proposal seeks to make a mockery of council planning by using the 96 approval of the boutique hotel as a precedent, when in truth the non-compliance is the gabled roof, which the owner argued at the time was required to resonate with the gabled roof line of the heritage Coogee Bay Hotel. Here we are in 2021 with a huge flat-roofed 6 to 7 storey development. You give an inch and they want to take 23.3 metres. Slide. If approved, the look and feel of Coogee will be changed for the worse forever. Views from the beach to the bay and from the headlands will be dominated by this development. The view down Coogee Bay Road at the expanse of ocean will be lost. At 23 metres...
1 minute extension.
Thank you. At 23 metres, surrounding properties will seek to join this development in the sky, and a wall of development will extend across the thus far protected valley floor. The majority of the community opinion is that this proposal is developer greed, with no benefit and only detriment to the community. Respectfully, the community would suggest the developer take their saw-toothed concrete monolith to the Gold Coast. Slide. We, the community, call upon the Eastern Sydney City Planning Panel to uphold the planning controls and reject this DA. We request that the Randwick Council support the community in this and advise the planning panel accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Elliott? Okay, there being no questions, thank you, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you.
Okay, I now call the next speaker, Mr. Lewis Vass. Mr. Vass, just before you begin, could you just clarify what item you're speaking on?
Sorry, say that again, sorry.
Before you begin, could you just clarify which item you're speaking on?
I'm speaking on item DA 437-2021.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. It's my first real chance to talk in front of a council. Thank you very much. I'm here to really let you know what it feels like to be a resident locally and affected by this DA. It's a very serious matter for me and my family. We live in Vicker Street, directly behind the proposal. My family and I had moved there in 2000. We've lived a happy life in the community, a very nice street, everyone working together to ensure everyone's living the lifestyle we've chosen in Coogee. I have 3 areas of concern about the proposal. First and foremost, vehicular congestion in the street. The street, Vicker Street, if you know it, is a very narrow street in Coogee. In fact, it's probably only 12 steps across. In most cases, only one vehicle can pass. Others have to stop to move along. Furthermore, you'll find that the street is always congested, always very difficult to get through. Cars dumped, left behind, illegally parked. It's quite troublesome even today. Every day we have gridlock or bottleneck. I'm anxious because they're proposing 60 units to be housed in this development. 60 units require at least 60 cars, possibly more, I wouldn't be sure, but I know there'd be a lot of movements every day. The street cannot take any more movement than that. It can't take 60, 100, 200 cars every day moving in and out. I feel it'll be a long-term problem for this area. Secondly, I'm very concerned about the size of the development. I'll be facing 23 metres of wall of building in front of my house. That's a big concern. That's a big wall of building directly in front of me, and it's really imposing for us. I can see that the scale of development will cast shadows over my house, which means that we will not see daylight until 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, normal hours, 10 o'clock and daylight saving hours. We normally see daylight at about 6:30. That's a big issue for me, and I'm very worried about that. My house has views to the sea and district, and I will lose those. I'm also concerned about the aesthetics of the streetscape and what's happening in front of me. Directly in front of me, I will have a plant room. I'm not sure what a plant room really is, but I think it sounds pretty noisy. Also have a bike rack and a huge supermarket directly in front of our house as well. I'm worried about those things because those things mean they're using my street as a utility. So no longer will it be the lovely street we used to have. It's now a street for servicing lots of apartments and shops, etc.
I grant you 1 minute extension.
So in summary, I'm very concerned and very anxious about what's happening in my street. I would be thinking others would also be very concerned and anxious about that. I'm concerned about vehicle congestion and traffic in a very, very small street. Concerned about my shadowing over all of our housing. I'm concerned about the views, loss of views, and I'm also concerned about what's happening directly in front of me in terms of what they're developing, supermarkets, plant rooms, etc. So, in summing up, I feel the proposal is not fair to us. It jeopardises our home, our quality of life, and the life we've chosen to live in Coogee. And I would hope that the council would see fit to assist us in choosing to say no to this development. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Before you leave, councillors, do you have any questions of the Speaker? Okay, there being no further questions, thank you. We now move to the next speaker, Ms. Jessica Haynen-Brooks. Do you have a presentation?
I do.
Okay, just one second.
Do I need to move the microphone down? Oh, thank you so much. Much shorter than everyone, clearly.
Thank you. We're good to go when you are.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share my views tonight on the proposed Coogee Bay Hotel development. If this proposal goes ahead, it will have a severe impact on the views and the value of the homes in our community. Along with many other Coogieans, I love the low-scale community look and feel of Coogee, and I hope that my 2-year-old will be able to grow up here and enjoy the beautiful landscape as a fourth-generation Coogieite. From my own perspective, I grew up at 41 Carr Street, where my parents still live. I've also worked hard to save a deposit and now own, along with the bank, an apartment on Brook Street. But sadly, the height and size of the proposed development will erode the enjoyment of views and the value of the homes that my family has worked so hard to own. I'd always believed that the 12-metre height limit would protect the beauty of Coogee and our nest egg, but this proposal does threaten that. So this slide shows the striking views enjoyed from my parents' balcony, boats passing by and the stunning Dolphin Point, which will be lost if the proposal goes ahead at its current size. Next slide, please. But it's not just my family that will be impacted. These pictures show the gorgeous vistas enjoyed from the balconies of my neighbours, a double rainbow and an iconic sunset over Dolphin Point. You can see the top of the existing Coogee Bay Hotel here, and you can easily imagine how a height increase would completely ruin the beauty that currently exists. My neighbours in the apartment block at 119 Brook are predominantly young families, nurses and doctors, the future of our community and those who care for our community. They're distressed at the negative impact that the over-the-top height and size of the proposal would have, taking away the priceless experience of relaxing with water views on their own balconies and the reduction in the implicit and explicit value of their homes and Coogee itself. Another of my neighbours in the heritage property at 113 Brook also expects they'll lose their views from the family room. And unfortunately, every time I've gone to help them get a photo this week, it's been pouring with rain, so I'm sorry there's no picture of that one. Next slide, please. This last slide is a photo that I took at Dolphin Point yesterday on a walk with my dad. Consistent with the council report, you can see there are many other homes with windows and balconies located behind the Coogee Bay Hotel site that will be impacted by the sheer size of the proposal. The impact will be to many more properties than just those set out in the view sharing report. Approving this development could also set a precedent for other large developments across the Coogee foreshore, impacting Coogee irreparably. Even properties which will not lose views may be devalued by the impact of the overdevelopment on the look and feel of the area more generally. Not all impacted community members are as fortunate as I am to be able to come here and address the council, and I've heard many other community concerns with this proposal, including traffic safety. Whilst I know council is not the ultimate decision maker, council should use its available powers and influence to stand with its residents against this unnecessarily overdevelopment, which would change Coogee Village forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you leave, councillors, are there any questions of the Speaker? Okay, thank you. There being no questions. Okay, we now move to the next item of business, but before we do that, we'll just invite the councillors who have left the room to return. Thank you. We now move to the next item, CS53/21, 22 to 24 Abbott Street, Coogee, fig tree removal. In favour, Mr. Jeffrey Mellifont.
Thank you, everybody, for giving me the opportunity. As chairman of the Executive Committee of the Owners Corporation of the property, 2224 Abbott Street, and I'm here to convey to you that that all of the owners of the property support the motion to remove the Hills fig immediately in front of our property and replace it with a weeping lily pilly. Look, it's my first council meeting. Oh, and I would just like to add that, as I said, all of the owners support this motion, and 5 of 6 of the owners are, like myself, a resident at the property. And it's something we've been grappling with and grieving over for many years. As it's my first council meeting, I don't know how these things go, and I can only assume that councillors have read the paper that the Manager of Technical Services, Mr. Ingunieri, prepared as part of the papers for this meeting. Now, they include 2 engineers' reports that we owners obtained at our own expense, and the papers include many, many more photographs than these, which we and the engineers have submitted to the council, showing how the damage was progressing over 7 years. We also, I should say, obtained a Grade 5 arborist report, which hadn't been tabled in the council papers, but all the reports make it clear that the damage is coming from the Hills fig that is about a metre and a half, or about 1 metre to the left of that asphalted footpath that you see at the left of those photographs. So I just put these recent photos together to demonstrate that the damage to our boundary fence and retaining wall, the insides of which you can see on those two photos on the right, has actually accelerated and is visibly worse than the damage in the photos about a year old in Mr. Inghinieri's report. And we now are particularly concerned that the roots that you can see erupting from the public footpath in the picture on the left are a trip hazard, and I'm sure that would become a public liability for the council. So as I say, in those photos, the tree is just to the left of the footpath, and just to the right of the footpath is the inside of these retaining wall structures that you see there. Now, look again, I'm sorry, I could very easily have put in a photo which appears in the papers of the most spectacular damage. There's another pillar there that you don't see that is perilously tilting to the point where it would collapse, but for a massive timber prop. Photographs of that are shown in the papers, which we owners installed to keep the worst affected pillar from collapsing, and were we to remove it, this wall and the footpath would tumble into our front garden. Now, as well as this damage to our front retaining wall, the roots have invaded our old sewer lines, which we've had to replace at our own expense. But we are now deeply concerned about the damaging the foundations of our 100-year-old building. And it's believed that Abbott Street was lined with these hill figs only after World War II, 60 or 70 years ago. When I moved here in 2007, about half of the figs at the upper end of Abbott Street, which is a short street of only several hundred metres long, half of them had been removed by council. And
Mr. Mellifont, if I could just ask you to begin concluding, please.
I beg your pardon?
If I could just ask you to start wrapping up, if possible.
I'm having trouble with my hearing aid, but are you asking me to wind up?
Yes, please.
I'll get right to it. So two trees have been removed in the 14 years that I've been there, and all because they were damaging private property. Now, for many years, I do want to say that our Owners Corporation has been looking for viable ways of repairing our property and retaining this really magnificent tree, but none have been found, and the technicalities of that are there in the council paper. So unfortunately, it's become clear that this species of fig, with its powerful, wide-ranging roots, are simply inappropriate as street plantings so close to buildings and residences. Once again, we support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? Okay, there being no questions, thank you. We now move on to the next notice of motion, NM 86/21, from Councillor Said. Council investigates new CCTV technology being trialled by Bayside Council for Phillip Bay and La Perouse. For Ms. Carol Abella.
Can't be too careful with the 3 cases or so of COVID in this area. Am I the last one? Yep. So last or at last?
At last.
Here I am. Thank you for the opportunity to address you, and I commend Councillor Said for proposing this motion. The Bays and Beaches Precinct Committee at its last meeting voted unanimously to request Council to investigate licence plate recognition and recording technology which is being used by Bayside Council to curb antisocial behaviour. So I'll paraphrase from the Bayside Council report. Bayside Council has invested in the latest smart technology to help curb antisocial behaviour in the suburbs surrounding the magnificent Botany Bay. Over the past month, in what is an Australian first, Bayside Council staff have been working with technology innovators and the police to use software to introduce a smart system to capture antisocial behaviour on their streets. Static cameras with the ability to read and record the licence plate of a vehicle while taking a photo have been strategically placed to capture illegal activity and antisocial behaviour. Any illegal activity will now be recorded, the vehicle owner identified, and the video evidence supplied to local police, or council will issue infringement notices. Bayside has tested it over a 6-month period, including the summer, and found that it is extremely effective, according to their mayor. I trust that Randwick Council will install in La Perouse similar technology, and preferably technology that will record the unbearable noise that the hoons make. And it may put a stop to the idiot who drives up and down, he races up and down Anzac Parade La Perouse at 2:30 in the morning, most mornings, making as much noise and a nuisance as he possibly can, as well as the other hoons. And I want to thank those councillors who are retiring this is their last meeting, and wishing them all the very best in their future endeavours. And good luck to the councillors on the 4th of December. Thank you to the General Manager, the directors, and all Randwick City employees over the past 18 months or so, working within the strict COVID health orders, lockdowns, for we the residents. So thank you. I mean, wasn't it Malcolm who said life wasn't meant to be easy? But hey, boy, it's been hard. May I wish everyone a very happy Christmas and New Year, and fingers crossed, relief from the hoons for the residents of La Perouse. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Oh, Danny's got a question.
There's a question from Councillor Said.
Thank you, Ms. Bella. The game changer in this is that that there's noise capturing technology, because is it right that the change in La Perouse was it used to just be the hoons and the doof-doof music, but now it's changed to motorbikes, like packs of motorbikes doing the loop, so that the issue now is noise from the motorbikes, is that correct?
Oh, they're not so bad because they go sort of like during the day and early evening. But it's the, I can remember in the olden days, because we've been there more than 50 years, and the police were frightened that we'd call the police, they'd come, and then the hoons would get out of their cars and surround the police, and they'd just hop back in their cars and off they'd go. It was really, really bad. But anyhow, what happens, they used to have these huge boom boxes, you know, the whole boot, they'd open it up and the police would say, you know, we have to take this car because it was failed, it didn't pass the test. And they said, oh, it's my grandparents. And they said, I'm sure it wasn't your grandparents, you know, who put this noise-making machine in your car. So the motorbikes are bad, but the hoons with their, you know, they rev it up because, I mean, when they were doing MI2, do you remember when Tom Cruise was down there and he had his huge caravan down at the museum, and he used to race his whatever sports car he had, he'd race it from the bus shed right up to Yarra Junction to the Bundy. And one night I said to the police, come after him, get him. They said, oh no, that's Tom Cruise. They couldn't do it. But we can't sleep. And it's not just, I mean, I know another councillor who hears it too. So, I mean, and the residents did say at the last meeting, they voted unanimously, please, you know, please investigate this and bring it in for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other questions?
No other questions. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you. Okay, now that the public addresses are over, I will now deal with the items which we've had speakers on. The first being CO72/21, Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee Chairperson's Annual Performance Report. Moved by Councillor
Happy to second that,
Andrews,
Mr Mayor.
seconded by Councillor Said. Councillor Andrews.
Mr Mayor, I receive and note the report and commend the report to Council, and I congratulate the Audit Committee on their performance over the last 12 months. Happy to put it.
Thank you, Councillor Sid. Second. Councillor Andrews, could you please turn off your microphone? Thank you.
I also would like to commend the Audit Committee, and I also would like to thank Mr Carl Millington to come and speak on it tonight, and congratulate everyone who is involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the matter? Okay, I feel that you, Councillor Andrews, no need to close the debate. Okay, thank you. I will now put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. All those against? I declare that carried. We will now move to the next item where we've had a speaker, CP88/21, Community Investment Program, October 2021.
I'll move that, Mr Mayor.
Moved by
Mr.
Councillor
Mayor,
Hamilton.
I will lead the meeting.
Okay, thank you. And do I have a seconder? Okay, seconded by...
I'll second it. Yep.
Seconded by Councillor Andrews. The mover of the motion, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to thank the Speaker. I think that the Speaker was a fantastic choice to talk up the benefits of the community grants and the investment that the Council make to many organisations. I think is commendable, and really I don't think there's much more to say, considering that we talk about community investment, community initiatives, and we provide support every year, all year round, and we'll continue to do that as a council, so it's a wonderful thing to know. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Andrews is the seconder.
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. I just want to congratulate Jodie Tweed on the work she has done since coming on board with Council, and I commend this report that she's put forward to us, and I support the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Shuri.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just have a question, actually, because a grant was going to Clovelly School, and Clovelly School is not in our LGA. I just wondered if that had been, if we do, or you obviously do give grants to places that aren't in our LGA, but I find that practice a bit strange.
Thank you, Councillor Shuri. Through me to the relevant officer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In relation to that question, sorry, the guidelines don't specify that it can't be given to an organisation outside of Randwick where the benefits are provided within the city. So the school has a catchment which is predominantly within the Randwick local government area, so there is a significant benefit to the kids in Randwick.
Thank you.
Another follow-up question, if I may, on the same subject.
Councillor Nielsen.
If we were to amend this, would it be appropriate to amend it that it's in kind rather than cash? I would find it personally more appropriate. I see from your answer that we don't have a policy that addresses the predicament that I think we're in, but I think that, for example, let's take it out of put it in a different sort of situation. If it were a private school and it's not in our area, would we still donate the money? Oh, sorry.
Through you, Mr Mayor. If we were to change it, that we would need to review the possibility of whether it could be done in kind. If we do donate provide the grant, there would still be some form of acquittal where we would be provided with details to demonstrate that the funding has been provided for those particular functions, which is for the garden area. Sorry.
I'll just make a comment responding to that. I don't doubt for 1 second that they would use the contribution responsibly. It's a lovely school and they've got some really good programs, so I have no problem with that. It's just that I think that perhaps when we're a new council, we perhaps should make some amendment to our protocols. That would be something just for anybody who's standing for re-election and is re-elected, something for us to put in our thinking caps.
Thank you, Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not going to be here on the new council, but I would just point out, for example, I just make the point that and I understand the concern that, you know, providing support to a school that happens to be just outside, geographically just outside our area. But if you look at some of the other supported projects, including the one the Speaker spoke on very eloquently tonight, you would see that that support is also going outside the council area. So perhaps I'd just urge the new council just to, I think it's important to keep a bit of discretion on something like this, because if you make the guidelines too strict, you might find that you'll have the opposite problem, that there might be something you want to support, but your guidelines would be precluding the council staff from perhaps even bringing it to the council, and some worthy projects could fall through the cracks.
Thank you. Councillor De Souza.
Mr. Mayor, when it comes to education and schools, we shouldn't be mean-spirited. We should support them. Now, the officer made it clear that the catchment area, he talked about a catchment area. These young people live in the Randwick area. They go to a very good school, and the opportunity to do good, Mr. Mayor, we shouldn't act, as I said, in a mean-spirited way. It's sad that our councillor puts forward or is concerned. I can see and after we had such a good audit report, that we should be concerned, yes, but in this case, the best investment in life is the education of our children. And this school does a particularly good job. And I think $5,000, as Councillor Bowen points out, we've done it before, and even the Speaker made it clear that some of that money and investment will go outside the local government area. So anyway, let's leave it in, let's do the right thing, let's not be mean-spirited on this one.
Thank you, Councillor De Souza. Councillor Said.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of City Services, actually. Is there a possibility that a proportion of this could be in kind? Do we have edible, native plants at our nurseries that we could donate? And then maybe the rest could be in cash.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have native plants at our nursery. I'd have to take on notice whether they're edible or not, but I can get back to you.
Follow-up question, Mr. Mayor. If I could possibly ask, if we don't, could there be a stipulation that this, I know it might be a bit hard, but if these could be purchased through Indigigrow, they definitely do have Indigenous native plants that are edible down at La Perouse, and it'd be great if we could keep it local and keep it within our... just to take note of that.
Thank you, Councillor Said. Are there any further speakers? Otherwise, we're happy to close the debate. Okay. All right, there being no further speakers, no desire, I'm now happy to put it. All those in favour? All those against?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. I declare that carried. We now move to... just 1 second. Just to provide, so it's the CP 90/21, and the councillors need an opportunity to leave the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Councillor Veitch needs to return to the meeting, please.
I'll move it, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. We're now going to CP 90/21. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Bowen. Do I have a seconder? Okay, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Councillor Bowen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I'd like to move it in an amended fashion, and I've provided Mr Kelly with the proposed amendment. Councillors, I can't recall in the last few years on this council an issue in our local area. Well, I can recall it. This is one of a number, but in the more recent past, the last few months, an issue that has engendered such community concern as this DA. And as we resolved a few months ago at this council, naturally enough, our residents understand that the council is assessing this DA, and the report is very eloquent and clearly makes the case that the DA must be rejected. But understandably, a lot of our community have been looking to us for more than just overseeing the process, I guess, where we don't actually have a vote. We have no say since the legislative changes of, I think, 2017, or maybe it was 2018. So we councillors no longer have a vote in DAs. It's been a dramatic change, and not one I'd say is for the better. But when it comes to a matter like this, understandably our community looks to the council for leadership, for support, and I think, and the council staff have done an excellent job in highlighting the many deficiencies in this proposal and also its gross excesses. And of course that's been demonstrated tonight by the speakers, and of course the large amount of correspondence and submissions that have come our way opposing this development. In fact, I can't think of a single message of support I have received for this proposal since its inception. So the purpose, simply what I'm doing is, through the amendment, is to add points D and E, so that the councillors themselves, that we state a position in relation to the DA, which I believe we can do because we don't have a vote, and those councillors that are on the panel have excused themselves from the meeting, and we state our opposition to it loud and clear, and that to cement our opposition, we send the, in addition to the report that will be received by the planning panel, we send the report as our submission as the elected councillors to the panel, and we submit to them that the DA should be refused. And I don't know there's much more I can add to it. The point is, of course, to make a strong statement of solidarity with our community about their rejection and concerns about a proposal such as this. I don't think there's anything to be gained by going through the issues with the proposal. It's all set out there in front of us. And councillors, I'd ask for you to support the motion in the amended form that is put.
Thank you. I now call on Councillor Roberts as the seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I echo Councillor Bowen's amended motion and commend him for the additions. I'm sure that the amendments are, for want of a better word, legal or in order, in terms of talking on behalf of councillors who may be on the planning panel, but I'm sure I'm happy to take advice otherwise. Yep, got a nodding head there. So the resolution is above board, and that's exactly what we'd like to see. We are we cannot vote on planning matters, but we can do other things, and that includes resolutions in the amended fashion that we have tonight. So I commend the motion. The proposal is in the words of one of the speakers, they said it very eloquently, and they should pick it up and take it to the Gold Coast. It is not appropriate in the jewel of Randwick, which is Coogee Beach and Coogee Village. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, this has, I wouldn't even say divided the community, because that wouldn't be a good synopsis of what has occurred. This is the community saying there is no need for this edifice. They've expressed their displeasure. I've been here quite a few years, and they were lucky in a sense that we had 3 speakers, often 2 are enough. But the point I would like to make, I support Councillor Bowen's amendment. Now, I'm sure the councillors have read their reports, but just the first paragraph, the significant breaches to council's height and floor space ratio controls results in an unacceptable scale of development and compromises the amenity of the adjoining properties and local area. It goes on. It goes on. I'm not going to repeat what you already know. But what was also concerning to me tonight was privacy. Privacy, Mr. Mayor, is so important. Those people invested in a home, not in a house, a home. Memories, a lady talked about her parents living there. We talk about a sense of community. This will fracture that sense of community in Randwick City. We talk about the Coogee Village, the village lifestyle we have there. This will be destructive. This will destroy everything we work so hard to build, not just as a council, but as a community. So I fully support the amendment. I hope council and any future councillors that come back and the ones that are elected to the new council fight tooth and nail to prevent this overdevelopment in this very special part, as Councillor Roberts called it, the jewel in the crown, Coogee. So I hope we all stick together and we fight for the residents. That's what they want us to do on this, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Are there any further there's a question from Councillor Nielsen.
Yeah, a question is just following up on the point that Councillor Roberts made in terms of do we need to mention that the councillors that are involved in the panel have excluded themselves from this meeting? Do we need to note that before we then vote on this particular way? Because, for example, if around the room, if I'm getting the feeling for the room, we're going to unanimously recommend refusal, and the report, yeah, we can do a show of hands, but perhaps it just needs to be clarified that in some way we can show that those who can vote on this, vote this way. The others who do not vote on this are because they are restricted at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Nielsen. I will throw to the General Manager. Having listened to that, I will just go immediately to a division, but I will throw to the General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would also recommend a division in order to satisfy that requirement.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Otherwise, Councillor Bowen to close the debate.
Oh, I have a question, if that's okay.
Councillor Veach.
Thank you. Look, I fully support the motion as put forward by Councillor Bowen. I support 100%. One thing that really concerns me about this report is the fact that, it's noted that Council is no longer allowed to publish the detailed assessment report or disclose the recommendation before the planning panel report is published. And this is obviously a significant change brought about by the state government. I was hoping through the Mayor that the relevant council officer might elaborate on this, and I don't know if the mover would be interested in expressing our council's frustration that we are no longer able to receive a detailed assessment report or a council staff person's recommendation to help the councillors and communities in making their decisions on these matters.
Can I just briefly respond to that as the mover? I am entirely sympathetic to that, but I just think for a matter of such significant community concern as this, my preference would be to just deal with this, and then perhaps if you brought that up as a motion at a future council. But I'm sympathetic and supportive, but I just think for this particular issue, my preference would be to keep it simple, and I'm noting the support there of my seconder. So just in answer to your question.
No worries at all. I won't put that forward, but I would be interested, just for the public record, if the relevant council officer is able to provide some clarification on this change for the council public to the meeting tonight.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Veitch. To the relevant officer.
Sorry, I didn't stand up before. Through you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding is that it's a direction from the Department of Planning, Infrastructure and Environment. Exactly why they introduced this new arrangement, I'm not sure. But it depends upon the timing, and unfortunately the council meeting today doesn't fit in well with the exhibition date, so therefore we are unable to provide the actual report until the 2nd of December in this particular case. But my understanding, it is a direction from the through the department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a follow-up question from Councillor Roberts.
Sorry, so the report will be made available on the 2nd of December and the panel will meet on the 16th. So the community will have access to the report, won't they, before the meeting, which is contradictory, I think, to what the councillor potentially said. So that's correct, is it?
To the acting director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that is correct, Councillor Roberts. The report will be available, all things going well, on the website on the 2nd of December. And yes, that is available for the public.
Thank you. Councillor Bowen, would you like to close the debate?
And could I just ask a question, Mr. Mayor? Sorry.
Councillor Shuri.
It's just the timing of this. If the panel are meeting on the 16th of December, it's going to be after the council elections, but not have new councillors been appointed to be on that planning panel. So how are we handling that?
Through to the relevant officer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Frankly, I've got no idea. We would need to take that on notice and get back to you on that one, Councillor.
As a follow-up question to that, through either to the acting director or to the general manager, I believe under certain circumstances, council can delegate to the general manager to act as its appointee on this panel. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Mayor, we would have to take that on notice, as this is a planning panel or planning authority. There would be specific requirements in that regard.
Sorry. When you finish, may I ask a follow-up question?
Just as a follow-up question, just noting that this is the last meeting of the term, would it be possible to get clarification on that this evening?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess to elaborate on my previous response, Council has at its last Council meeting delegated authority, general authority to the General Manager. So if we are to make inquiries and to determine that the General Manager can sit on the panel, then that could be the case. Through Mr Mayor, at its last council meeting, council had provided delegated authority to the General Manager to be able to make decisions on behalf of council in the transitional period. So if we were to make inquiry and find that council can include the General Manager as its delegate on that committee, then we would be able to make that the case.
And would it be possible for councillors to be represented on the panel rather than the General Manager? For example, councillors who are currently on the panel, they've had the experience, they get re-elected, so could they represent the council?
Through Mr Mayor, that would have to be the first initial inquiry as to the appointment of panel members and as to whether, regardless of their councillor status, their appointment spans past a council term as a community representative. So that would be the first line of questioning prior to consideration of the General Manager filling that space.
One question. Do we have the power to ask for that planning panel to be deferred until the results of the council election are known?
Council has the opportunity to request a deferral, albeit the panel would be deciding as to whether that would be deferred or not.
Because the matter is now going to the Land and Environment Court, so does that upset the apple cart in any way?
Through Mr Mayor, no, that has no bearing.
Thank you. There being no further questions or speakers. Councillor Veach?
I was going to ask the same question as Councillor Shue.
Okay.
If no one was able to come, could we request a deferral?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bowen to close the debate.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, I'll be very brief, councillors. I think we've identified through the debate some of the technical issues surrounding this. It's clear we can go ahead and pass this resolution, and I'd urge all councillors to support it.
Thank you. I will now move straight to a division. All those in favour of the recommendation on the business paper, beginning with Councillor Shuri. We're going to a division. Councillor Shuri?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Nielsen?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Veach?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Stavrinos?
For.
Councillor Luxford?
For.
Councillor Singh? Councillor Andrews? For. Councillor Bowen?
For.
Councillor Roberts?
Affirmative.
Councillor De Rocha?
For.
Councillor De Souza?
For.
And the Mayor is for, so I declare that carried.
Can we have it in the motion there that it was unanimous?
Yes.
So that the panel knows that,
Okay.
please?
It can be included. I declare that unanimous. Okay, we now move to the next item, and before we do, can we just get the councillors to return? Okay, we now move to the next item, CS 53/21, 22 to 24 Abbott Street, Coogee, fig tree removal, moved by Councillor Andrews. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second it, Mr Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Stavrinos.
Thank you.
Councillor Andrews.
I move the recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
As per the business paper for removal of the tree.
Councillor Stavrinos.
I reserve my right to speak at this time, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay, Councillor Andrews to close the debate.
No, yes, no.
Put it quick. Sorry, hold on. Put it, Councillor Veach.
Yeah, so I'm not sure, you probably can't see the hand go up on the...
It's for the benefit of the public meeting, it is very, very small. So thank you, Councillor Veach.
Look, I won't be voting in support of this. I'm extremely sympathetic to the owners and people who live in the apartments. I note the sort of ongoing endeavours of the Greening Randwick Committee and myself and fellow Greens councillors to try and seek reviews of our various policies that relate to these matters. We're still endeavouring to do that, but I do note that there are other councils who have other types of policies that seem to be more successful in finding ways to make sure that property is not damaged or is replaced or fixed, and those costs are shared and the trees are maintained and kept to the satisfaction of all the parties. I'm not sure if the local residents were notified. I had a motion probably well over 2 years now about reviewing our policy around the notification of these removals, and I understood that even though that policy hadn't officially changed, that local residents were being notified, but I'm not sure that that's happened in this case, and if people on the street were allowed to give that. So I would hope that we continue to find ways. As I said, many other councils share the costs of replacing affected sewer lines. You know, we can look at ways of there's many alternate types of fencing that can be used. And I note that despite there being photographs of a pillar under the house needing to be replaced, that was not in anything to do with the tree roots whatsoever, and the tree roots haven't gone onto the house. So I won't be voting in support of this.
Thank you, Councillor Veach. To now close the debate, Councillor Andrews.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to say a few words.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Look, Mr Mayor, I remember quite some time back, Councillor Veach voted in favour of removing 27 trees in order to put in a cycle path. And here tonight we've got a report to remove one tree which has almost destroyed the amenity of residents that live in this unit block. Now, if you look at page 146, it says here that back in 2014, council's insurer denied a claim for damage to the sewer and to the front wall of the property. Tree roots only enter sewer lines that are damaged, and therefore that portion of the claim was denied. Now, what this report tells me in front of us, Mr Mayor, is that if we continue to allow this tree to remain where it is, our ratepayers will be liable for any costs associated with damages that are occurred to that property, private and public property. Now, as a council, we do whatever we can to ensure and make sure that these trees can remain in place, and removing them is a last resort. It's quite a slap in the face to suggest that we could do more to try and keep this tree there. I mean, the councillor was happy to vote to pull out 27 trees to put in a cycle path, and here tonight she wants to fight over one. There's hypocrisy. That's hypocrisy at its best. And I'll leave it at that, Mr Mayor. This is absolutely ridiculous, and I hope my fellow councillors tonight decide to vote in favour of this report, because our officers have conducted their due diligence and they'll do whatever they can to ensure that these trees will only be removed as a last resort. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Matson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I must speak out in defence of Councillor Veach on one particular point of Councillor Stavrinos' speech. That's outrageous. suggest that any Green councillor voted for the removal of 27 trees for a bike path. I would remind you, councillors, that the Greens put through and pushed and successfully won design changes to that bike path, changing it into a shared pedestrian and bike piece of infrastructure. So certainly, and I'm really offended by that, Councillor Stavridis. It is totally incorrect for you to say that we voted to cut down 27 trees for a bike path. No, this was a great triumph.
It's on record.
We were able to reconcile the views of the residents are living along it with the views of the desires of those other residents who wanted to preserve those trees. And I know that Councillor Veitch took a very strong role in that. And I think if you take the time to read the reports from the Bike Committee and from Mr Lehman, you can see that Mr Lehman has gone a marvellous distance in helping us reconcile that. So that was really low, Harry, to end the administration taking a cheap...
Councillor Stavridis, to you.
Not like that. Oh, shame on you, Councillor. Learn your facts, read your minutes, read your reports, mate.
Thank you. Councillor De Souza.
Mr Mayor, sometimes ideology blinds us from making good decision making. I know it's the policy of a particular group not to cut down trees. We all are aware of climate change. We all want to protect our trees. I worry about the little hatchlings, is that what we call them, the eggs? I worry about all those things, the birds, the bees, all those things that are important. But sometimes we need to push ideology aside if we can and think about the phrases Councillor Stavridis used: due diligence, duty of care, an obligation to the safety. Public interest is another word which he didn't use, but comes into this debate. My friends, I too don't want a tree cut down. We have a poor rate, when it comes to canopy cover. I talked about that. I talked about the urban heat effect. All these things that are so important to us, climate change. But sometimes you need to worry about people. Look at those pictures. Make your mind up. Ideology is good. I have my own ideology, but sometimes as a Christian, I too have to make decisions and I'm conflicted. And I know I won't get into my faith, but sometimes I'm conflicted. But I know I've got to make the right decision for the people and the public. Now, I heard a phrase talked about the killer in the ground or something like that. Let us look at this, I was going to use some fancy words, but let's look at it. If there was a killer in that building and it threatened the lives of all those people, wouldn't the police not be doing their job if they arrest that killer or allow that killer to continue on his deadly path? So let's look at nature now. This is a destructive tree. This threatens the livelihood of others. Do any of us want that on our conscience if something occurred? No. I sympathise with Councillor Veitch, and I know she's a good person who has good feelings, and the tree cutting is against her policies. But as Councillor Stavridis pointed out, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. 27 trees or 30 or whatever the figure was, the fact is the trees were cut down. And they were cut down for a reason, to build a bike path. That's a fact. So also here, are we going to allow this tree to go on its destructive path?
Point of order.
Sorry.
Point of order.
Thank you, Councillor.
Mr Mayor.
Councillor Matson.
The councillor is incorrect. The councillor has cut no trees down. There is no bike path being built at the moment. Can you really ask him to pay attention to that?
Look, thank you, Councillor Matson. There's no point of order. Councillor De Souza, please.
No, I'm happy to close the debate. The point I make is this is about people, people's safety. This is about community. The facts are here. The evidence is here. We should do what we've said we've been elected to do, to protect our community. And this tree is, we've got a report in front of us. The pictures are there, the facts are there, the evidence is there. Often in court, Councillor Bowen, I bring in the court and the barrister he is, we have juries. We tonight are a jury. We have the facts in front of us. Let's do the right thing and vote on this matter. And cut the tree down, even though, as I say, ideologically, it affects me as well. But people sometimes are more important than other issues.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Andrews to close the debate.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I think we heard some good fors and against, and I concur with Councillor Stavrinos and Councillor D'Souza on this matter, and ask that the matter be put.
Okay, thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Okay, there has been a request for a division, so we will now go around. Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
For.
Councillor Shuri.
For.
Councillor Nielsen.
For.
Councillor Veach.
Against.
Councillor Stavrinos.
For.
Councillor Luxford.
For.
Councillor Singh.
For.
Councillor Andrews.
For.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Matson.
For.
Councillor Roberts.
For.
Councillor De Rocha. For. Councillor D'Souza.
For, Mr Mayor, my Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor.
For, Mr Mayor, thank you very much.
And the Mayor is for, and as well as Councillor said.
Is for.
Is for. We were rushing ahead there. I declare that carried. Okay, thank you. We now move on to the next item, NM 86/21. Notice of motion from Councillor Said. Council investigates new CCTV technology. Do I have a mover, Councillor Said? Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor De Rocha. Before we begin the debate, I'd just like to remind councillors just of their speaking times and if we could be as brief as possible. Thank you. Councillor Said.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It was 4 years ago, around this time, that the last election I was putting up posters at the La Perouse school for our election, and it was about midnight and I was getting harassed by the doof drivers around La Perouse Public School. And so within that 4 years, Council's done very well in putting traffic devices in Yarra Road, and now we're doing it in Illaroo Road. So we are doing our best to stop this doofing. But Brighton Les Sands is very similar to our LGA. It's very similar to La Perouse and Phillip Bay, where there are still continuing to be people with antisocial behaviour, whether it be in cars with loud music in the middle of the night or whether it be on motorbikes. So we're always looking to progress and help the amenity of the people of La Perouse and Phillip Bay. And these CCTV cameras that have been used at Brighton have been very successful. The police have been involved and the fines have gone out with these taking the photographs of the licence plates. So we owe it. It's been 4 years now. We've done part of the job and we need to finish it off, and the CCTV cameras would be a very important way of making sure that this part of our community can sleep at night and have the same benefits that we all do. So I put this to all my councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. The seconder of the motion.
Totally agree with what Councillor said, has just put forth and said. For the last 4 years, all we keep hearing is about how this problem hasn't gotten away, but it's actually got worse and put people at risk of their safety and well-being. I remember what Council did at the start, putting road calming devices, in place just to slow it down, did work to a certain extent. But I think what really worked the most is, when you shame someone and you really bring it to light, and I think the CCTV will do that, when you actually show that the people responsible, with the actions that they're portraying, and then, you either put them in the paper or take the action that's necessary, that teaches them a lesson. But one thing that really hurt a lot of them, and there was people around Wassell Street, and nearby areas that were a part of that, bad behaviour. that was when the RMS, the EPA, the police, and I think council was involved as well, and they actually defected a lot of the cars because many of them, they weren't roadworthy, they'd been modified to the max, and I think that alone forced people to spend a fortune returning the cars back to how they should have been. And I think at that point, it actually not stopped, but slowed down that for quite a while until then all of a sudden those actions didn't continue anymore, and the problem now is, I think, just as bad as it has been. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Singh and then Councillor D'Souza.
Just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, if the trial is successful, I was just wondering that the new CCTV technology should be considered to be used elsewhere. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. I'll take that as a comment. Okay, thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
Mr. Mayor, the residents of La Perouse know that La Perouse is very close to my heart. I was the mayor that signed over the museum to the residents and the community so we could enjoy it and share the cultures and the views, the culture, the Indigenous, the French and the Australian. Mr. Mayor, my mother taught me a phrase. She said, good, better, best. Never let it rest till your good is better and your better is your best. What Councillor Said is putting forward today is an opportunity to do our best. Councillor De Rocha stole my thunder. He actually pointed out something we did very well with Mr. Dengate as the local inspector, Mr. Brownlee as the general manager, and I think at the time I was the mayor. We decided the people of La Perouse deserve better. The Hoons were taking over our suburb. Anyway, as Councillor De Rocha pointed out at the time, the police did a sting operation. Number plate recognition was used and other mitigating action, and it worked. So we know when we as a community work together with the police, the council and the RMS councillor, I think that's what he said, I used to call it RTA, I'm still in the dark ages, but the RMS, we can get positive outcomes for our community. I commend former Mayor Said and present Councillor Said for his motion. I think his intentions are good and the three local councillors are on board, and I thank the Abellas and others who have come forward to point out something that is destroying the fabric of our community in La Perouse and destroying that sense of community that we are so proud of in Randwick City. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Said to close the debate.
I'll close it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those
Aye.
against?
Aye.
Okay, I declare that carried. Okay, thank you. Us now having concluded the items where there are public speakers, just conscious of time, I will continue. Is there any urgent business? Okay, there being no urgent business, we will now move on to mayoral minutes. I will move with the mayoral minutes as contained in the paper. I will just read them. They've been circulated. So the first one is MM42/21, support for Sick Kids Appeal and Lights for Kids campaign, Sydney. I won't speak to it in the interest of time. Are there any comments? Otherwise, I'm happy to put it. Okay, all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Okay, I declare that carried. Okay, the next one, MM43/21, financial assistance and donations. Okay, all those in favour? All those against? Okay,
Aye.
thank you. Declare that carried. MM44/21, support for the Wee-Waa Chamber of Commerce. All those in favour? All those against?
Aye.
Okay, I declare that carried. MM45/21, support for the Royal Giving Day, Delivering Hope. All those in favour?
Aye.
Okay, all those against? I declare that carried. Okay, we now move to the supplementary business paper. MM48/21, Draft Exposure Bill, Greater Sydney Parklands Trust. That was circulated I will very briefly speak to this. The intention of this mayoral minute, I note that council staff put in an excellent submission which raised several concerns, many of which are actually contained within this. However, it being a staff report, it did not go to the overall merits of the bill. This mayoral minute seeks for council to resolve to take a firm position on that. The main reasons relate to concerns around the trust arrangements and the potential for the individual trusts over time to be subsumed by the greater body, and the inconsistency across Sydney. For those reasons, I commend this particular mayoral minute to the council. I note that there is a hand up from Councillor Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to oppose this this motion, and I'm quite annoyed again that you've brought a state matter, this is state legislation, to a council meeting at the last minute again. Now, not being a staffer of a state MP, I'm unfamiliar with this bill, so it's very difficult for me to make an opinion on this. But what I do know is that it makes good sense to have continuous improvement in whatever you do, including governance, including management of public assets. So management plans do need to improve with time, and that is expected in an evolving city. The management plans need to evolve. Now, if there's issues, Mr. Mayor, if there's issues, why don't we amend the bill? But no, in your minute, the last line, you say, we outright reject this bill. So is that you, or is that your employer telling you to say that, Mr. Mayor? So, you know, I've got major concerns with this minute. So I'm speaking basically to non-Labor Party councillors tonight, independents, Greens as well. Just to, you know, let's use this as an opportunity to recognise it for what it is. It's a bold-faced, naked, political minute designed to benefit the Labor Party, designed to benefit the boss of the mayor, the member for Maroubra, Michael Daly MP. And on that basis, I cannot support it. Now, I've got concerns that these dot points, that you've cherry-picked them and you've ignored aspects of the bill that are beneficial. And obviously you've ignored the beneficial bits because you want this minute to benefit the Labor Party. So there's things such as, you know, families would maybe like to have a coffee from a coffee cart somewhere, you know, things like that. So we have to evolve our management plans, and if there's issues with the bill, then they should be amended, not rejected outright. And this is what this minute proposes to do. Council rejects this outright. You know, that's pretty outrageous. You know, and then the mayor wants to use ratepayer money to fund a publicly funded propaganda campaign on the behalf of his Labor Party. You know, to promote a state issue. You know, this is, well, let's not go there. You know, so, you know, and then he proposes to outright reject the bill in the New South Wales Parliament. This is too much, councillors. This is too much. I ask independent councillors to think about this. If there's any Greens councillor there listening, please think about this. Let's use this as an opportunity to check this young mayor, put him back on the straight and narrow, and then we can move forward as a council. Thank you.
I'd like to speak on this.
So I have hands up first from Councillor Matson and then Councillor Veach. However, I do note that Councillor Andrews has a question. Councillor Andrews. Well, if the intention is to talk, well, I'll go to Councillor Matson, then Councillor Veach, then I'll come to you. Councillor Matson.
No, Mr. Mayor, I think you've got every right to bring a mayoral minute forward on this very pertinent issue, and good on you for doing it. You're showing leadership. Yes, I've read through the mayoral minute. I can see a lot of areas there that you've identified that are of concern and would indeed concern most of our residents. Look, it's up to you if you want to strongly oppose the bill. Myself, my opinion of the present situation is that, yes, we should oppose it, and I'll support you on that.
Thank you. Councillor Veitch.
Thank you. I will be supporting this mayoral minute. I note that Greens MP David Shoebridge actually moved a motion to get this bill put to an inquiry over summer, so it's something the Greens very, very much support, not just in Randwick, where we have the potential to see Centennial Park commercialised, but right across Sydney, Callan Park, Parramatta Park, these really precious parklands all across Sydney are under threat from commercialisation. It's not just about, getting an extra, coffee machine at the cafe. We don't really know exactly what's being proposed. So it's really important. Centennial Park is a beautiful community natural asset that's enjoyed by the residents of West Ward and North Ward, all across Randwick City, as well as our neighbouring councils, and people come from even over the North Shore to come to Centennial Park. So it's vital that we do everything in our power to protect it.
Thank you, Councillor Veitch. Councillor Andrews.
Yep. The question is irrelevant, Council Officer. It says here that Council made a submission to the Greater Sydney Parklands Trust Bill and caused the New South Wales Government to reject the bill. So, has Council already made a submission?
Through you to the relevant officer. Councillor Andrews, you have to turn your microphone off.
Through you, Mr Mayor, council officers made a submission as there was insufficient time to provide a report prior to the closure date for submissions. I believe that we provided a copy of that in the bulletin a couple of weeks ago.
Mr Andrews.
The mayoral, who wrote this mayoral minute?
I'm more than happy to answer this. My personal assistant, Carly Craig.
Okay.
Thank you. She's the only person who's written this mayoral minute.
Okay.
And further to that, for full honesty of the meeting, I haven't put pen to paper on this mayoral minute.
I just speak to Mr Mayor. I haven't got an issue with the substance of this mayoral minute, but noting that Council's already made a submission, as we've heard from the Council officer, I'm more than happy to move an amendment tonight that we receive a note that Council has made a submission in regards to this particular matter. I don't think there is actually a need to politically grandstand on this particular matter, especially the issues raised by Councillor Roberts. And noting paragraph E, I just can't support this mayoral minute in the way it's been written. But I note that we've already made submissions on behalf of Council, and I think that's sufficient. I don't think we need to go any further with this particular matter.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Andrews, you need to turn off your microphone. Thank you.
I seem to remember, if I can ask the question through you, Mr Mayor, to the Acting Director of Planning, that in the officer's report it was said to us that we actually were not officially notified, that our council was not officially notified of this, and so there was some, I wouldn't use the word irregularity, but there was not sufficient notice for council to be included in the response because of the slackness, that's my words, that wasn't the officer's word, but the slackness in terms of our council being notified of this particular situation. Sorry, am I correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that we found out about the matter indirectly. So that is, I believe we weren't notified directly at that point in time.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. My question is in relation to point D. Is it this council's opinion that they want to call on the New South Wales government to reject the bill, or is it that they want to keep the discussion open? Because I believe that they are two really strong positions to take. I mean, keeping the discussion open is important and we should do that. But my question is it the council's position that they want to reject the bill outright?
For the point of clarification, reject or, look, to be totally honest, the word withdraw could be further used. Continued discussion would assume that there is some form of proposal to continue. Either reject or withdraw is the intention of that.
Mr. Mayor, point D says that notes council submission and calls on the New South Wales government to reject the bill. So that means I'm asking, is council wanting to call on the New South Wales government to reject the bill?
Does the submission say?
The council submission or this submission? The council submission does not call for either position. The purpose of this mayoral minute is in order for council to resolve for a position. That is the purpose of the mayoral minute.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, we can't vote on something if we don't know all the facts. And that's what I'm calling for. I'm calling for the facts, and I have every right, representing the residents, to call for the facts. You have noted here, or Kylie noted, council submission on the Greater Sydney Parklands Trust Bill and calls on the New South government to reject the bill. So I'm asking the question, and you're blocking my question, but the question is council asking the New South Wales government to reject the bill?
I think the clear intention is yes.
I think, Mr. Mayor, that you're blocking.
And
I'm asking
in all
a question.
due respect, Councillor Hamilton, to be clear, is this a question to me, to the relevant officer, or is this
Yes,
a question
exactly.
to me
That's
as it relates?
exactly what I'm asking. I'm asking the council submission, and do they call on the New South Wales government to reject the bill? I'm asking you, Mr. Mayor, through the relevant.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. It was my understanding that you were asking me as to the intention as to what this mayoral minute meant. Now that I understand that you're asking of the relevant officer, I'm more than happy to do that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have the council officer's submission with me at the moment, but as far as I recall, we raised, as in the council officers raised, a number of concerns regarding the bill, but we did not say categorically that we wanted or suggested that the bill be rejected.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further comments, Councillor Hamilton? Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay, there being no further speakers, I will now put the mayoral minute. Oh yes, sorry, my apologies, the amendment. Councillor Andrews, you've spoken on the amendment. Councillor Stavrinos, you don't need to speak on it. Any further speakers on the amendment? I'm happy to put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment?
Aye.
All those against?
No.
No.
Okay, I declare that amendment lost.
Division, please.
Okay, that's fine. There's been a request for it. Yeah, I've heard it. Thank you. All those in favour of the amendment, beginning with Councillor Hamilton.
For.
Councillor Shuri.
Against.
Councillor Nielsen.
Against.
Councillor Veach.
Against.
Councillor Stavrinos.
For.
Councillor Luxford. Councillor Singh.
For.
Councillor Andrews. For. Councillor Bowen.
Against.
Councillor Matson.
For. Against. Sorry.
Councillor Roberts.
Against.
For. Councillor De Rocha.
Against.
Councillor De Souza.
Against.
Councillor Said. And the Mayor is against, so I declare the amendment lost. We now return back to the mayoral minute. There being no further speakers on the mayoral minute. I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? All those against? I declare the mayoral minute carried. Thank you. Mayoral minute MM49/21, support for Coogee Dolphins Junior Rugby League. Look, I won't speak to this, but I will just thank Councillor Said for bringing this to my attention. All those in favour? All those against? Okay, I declare that carried. Thank you. Mayoral minute 50/21, and I apologise for my pronunciation. Veena Sahajwala, 2022 New South Wales Australian of the Year. I will not speak to it, but I'd like to thank Councillor Nielsen for bringing this to my attention. Are there any further speakers? Otherwise, all those in favour, all those against, I declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to mayoral minute 51/21, acknowledgement of the service of outgoing councillors Murray Matson, Ted Singh, Tony Bowen, Lindsay Shuri and Brendan Roberts. I bring this mayoral minute noting that there will be several opportunities for contributions, but I did think it was very important for the public to note and to be aware of our very strong appreciation of the very, very long service of several councillors who are retiring at this election, beginning with Councillor Singh, who was elected in 1995, which is a very, very long and distinguished service on council. I have personally found Councillor Singh to always be available to offer his advice. He's respected across all sections of the political divide, and I think that that is really a testament to his maturity both as a councillor and a former mayor, and his willingness to work across on particular issues. And to be honest, he's someone who has reached out, not just necessarily when he wanted something, but to councillors and myself personally when undergoing difficulties, feeling political heat or very difficult times in order to seek advice, counsel and, to be honest, reassurance in terms of their duties. So look, thank you very much, Ted, for all that you have done, and I will have much more to say at a later date, and there'll be many opportunities. Thank you. To Councillor Matson, who has equally been a very, very long-serving councillor, I congratulate you on what is a very, influential service on council. It has been nearly 25 years, and I think that the environmental record at Randwick City Council has your fingerprints all over it for many, many years. From being the only Green on council to rising to the rank of mayor, I think that that is a very stellar record. I won't go into any further as there'll be further opportunities there, but congratulations. As a leader of the council from what has been often a very difficult political position, but the fact that you've managed to show leadership on so many occasions is a testament both to your skill and maturity in exercising your role as a councillor. To Councillor Bowen, who is a passionate fighter for his community and has never missed an opportunity to speak truth to how he sees a particular issue, whether it is fighting against overdevelopment, as a passionate fighter for local trees, as well as a very prudent and wise councillor providing advice to all councillors across this particular table. So look, I would commend you on your very long and illustrious service. To Councillor Nielsen, who was my first mayor on council, and from sorry, for Councillor Shuri, I was looking at you. What I will say to that slip of the tongue, is it shows how closely Councillor Shuri has worked with her North Ward colleagues, in particular Councillor Nielsen. Personally, Councillor Shuri was the first mayor who I observed up close, and I was very impressed by the way in which she chaired some very heated, very difficult and very controversial issues in what was a very interesting start to a new term. I learnt a lot under her tutelage as a mayor, and I think is a fantastic model for future mayors to come. Look, her record is detailed below. One thing I have definitely observed from Councillor Shuri has been her grace under what has been some very difficult circumstances at times, but also the very infectious laugh that she can have to make what can be very tense or difficult situations approachable and understandable. So look, thank you so much, Councillor Shuri, for your service. And then I turn to Councillor Roberts, who has very consistently been quite vocal in terms of what the views which he saw and what he wanted to see for his community, and I think that is a very positive thing. Councillors shouldn't necessarily pull their punches, or for that matter hide what they think and what they want to see for their community, and I think that Councillor Roberts has consistently done that. More importantly, I think that he is a very genuine person, a fighter for his community, and as well, not necessarily on the public record, but as someone who I have consistently been able to pick up the phone to and work with on particular issues which we may agree on, even though we don't agree on plenty of others. So look, congratulations, Councillor Roberts, and I wish you all of the best in your future endeavours. Do I have any further speakers? I saw Councillor... Okay, I'm going to take the list. I'm going to start with Councillor D'Souza. Okay, then Councillor Andrews. Okay, then Councillor De Rocha. Okay, and then Councillor Said. Okay, and then Councillor Hamilton. Okay, and then, despite being a complete... Okay, Councillor Stavrinos. And then Councillor Veach. For fear of being a complete hypocrite, considering my previous comments, I would just politely ask councillors to keep their remarks brief, noting that we will have several opportunities to provide comments on the very long service of all of the councillors. Beginning with Councillor D'Souza.
Mr. Mayor, Shakespeare said, "The evil that men do lives on, the good is interred with their bones." So if I don't talk about a particular councillor today, it's not that they didn't do good. It's what I remember that they did poorly, and for that reason I won't be commenting on it. But let me start with Councillor Ted Singh. Councillor Singh, I hope you remember that trip to Perth when you said to me, "You're going to be the next Asian mayor." But you instilled in me ambition, and I remember looking at you and saying, "Oh, I don't have the numbers, mate." But Councillor Singh, you've always been a great friend, not just to me and a mentor, but to others as well. Your decision-making was always balanced. You showed leadership, whether you were, but I think, yes, you were a mayor when I started, whether you were in the chair or in that other chair. Your decision-making was always evidence-based, and you were willing to, I talked about ideology, well, you were willing to change sides for the right reasons. And for that, you not only won my respect, but the respect of many. The other councillor I'd like to point out is, of course, my friend Tony Bowen. I was Tony Bowen's deputy, and I don't know if he remembers this. In his first speech he told us how he used to run around barefoot. Do you remember that, Tony, for a long time? And I said, "Mr. Bowen," or Tony, or Bowie as I used to call him when I was in the group, I said, "Bowie, the reason you ran around barefoot for such a long time was because you had big shoes to fill, big political shoes." We all loved his father, Lionel. We all loved the family. And Bowie, you were a great leader to me, mate. I was your deputy. I remember you when we won that election and you became the mayor. That was something your dad would have wanted. And I was proud to be part of that winning team. And you said, I think you called me the typhoon from the south or hurricane from the south. You said that wind blew. And I'm always very grateful for the things you did. I was lost in council, but often you would find time. Those emails, you even taught me how to answer emails. I think you said, "Read and noted, Noel." That's all you've got to say. You read them, note them, but you don't always have to make a comment. And that was important to me, and I really, really, really valued everything you did for me, Tony. Of course, the friend and the man who made me the mayor was, of course, Brendan Roberts. And Brendan, thank you. I know at the time I was conflicted, I was ostracised, I was the pariah when the Labor Party decided to, well, make decisions which weren't aligned with mine. And I know it was a challenge because we didn't always see eye to eye on issues, but I always appreciate the day you and Scotty Nash and Teddy and all the others, Kyle, and all the others who helped me to, and I remember walking with you to Mr. Brownlee's office in case you changed your mind, and we handed in that paper together. But you are a wonderful deputy, and even in the Indian papers or the magazines, they have a picture of you and me. I think I sent it. You always were kind to me. You'd always talk about Goa in a positive way. And Councillor Roberts, I thank you. I thank you for your support when I was the mayor, and I'll always remember you for your contributions in my term. Thank you, and I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Andrews.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I want to I read an email this afternoon from Council's Director Kerry Kiraku, and I just thought that email from Kerry really summed up all the retiring councillors tonight, and I thought his words were spot on. I'm not going to get... I'd like to congratulate all the councillors that are retiring because you've all contributed so much to our city. But I just want to mention two councillors that sit next to me, and I really enjoyed having Councillor Bowen on my left and Councillor Singh on my right. And I've been here pretty much a long time as well, and I'm really going to miss Councillor Singh. We've spent a lot of good times together. It's going to be really sad, Ted, not having you next to me, and your words of advice and wisdom. Conferences and wisdom. You've always been there for me, Ted, and I really appreciate your friendship, and I look forward to continuing our relationship, even though you're not going to be here at council. I'm sure we're going to continue our friendship. And to you, Councillor Bowen, I really appreciate your friendship on council. Councillor Roberts, you've been a good mate of mine as well, and you'll be sorely missed. I'm sure I'm going to see you around River Beach with the kids, walking around. Councillor Sherry, I'm sure you're going to be exercising at River Beach yourself and up at the pool cafe. I always come and say hello to you. But I wish all the councillors that are retiring all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor De Rocha.
For many, many years being on the precinct committees and being a community advocate, there was a lot of times where I've got my 3 minutes to speak at council. And there are a lot of times where I sort of lost my way a little bit, and then, Councillor Bowen, while everyone else would be arguing because precincts started not to become the flavour of whatever it was, Councillor Bowen used to give me the time and actually pause other councillors from going rogue and allowing me to speak the community voice that I do. I'm a passionate bloke, but you, Councillor Bowen, if I can even be half the councillor that you've been, right, and half the inspiration and half the role model that so many people say, this guy he keeps it real. This guy is not looking to, to climb the bigger mountain for something else. He's caring about his communities. He wants the best for his communities. And for that, I just want to say that, you have my unconditional respect, and if I can ever do anything, through my path from here on, please just call upon me, and there's no way I'd turn me back on you. Now, Ted, even when I was with my 3 minutes, Councillor Bolelli used to say to me, if you want someone, and you want to know whether, you mean what you're saying and whether, you want them to listen, that Ted Singh, he is the master, and I say that to you all the time, the respect that I have for you, Ted, and not just me, people from all different cultures, all different communities, not just your ward, just people near and far. You are, one of the best human beings that I've ever met, and I sincerely mean that. My heart, wishes you all the very best for whatever you're going to be doing in the future. We're going to miss the experience that you've given us first-time councillors. I think losing 5 people in one go is really going to be a test for whoever comes into council. I'm running as a number 2. The chances for me, 50-50 or whatever, but if I don't become a councillor again, I know I'm going to look back and think of people like yourself and Councillor Bowen to say what an inspirational people they are, what great role models. Murray, me and you, I think many people at times have judged us. Well, not on the precinct, because I know that at that point the precinct smashed you a fair bit, and I had to earn your respect for me as a person, and you certainly helped me a lot. There were many times where I needed somebody to talk to, and I would talk to you, and you never ever turned your back, or never ever played a Greens or Labor or Liberal or whatever. You were always there as a friend. And look, I know that, but I've got to call it for what it is. What happened with the deputy, that's different, but Murray, I'll always think of the good parts about me and you, and I wish you all the very best, on your future path. Lindsay, with you, you're the first mayor that I actually, came in as a councillor. We had some unbelievable times with Luke and, Ray and, all as new councillors. I think at that point, we looked for somebody, that motivated us and just didn't make us feel like we were out of place. And I want to thank you for, your term as mayor, because, again, I was hurt not long ago, but I still have to think longer than that. And I thank you for everything that you've done and all your achievements, and I wish you the very best. Who have I missed? Councillor Roberts, you, honest to God, you keep it real. There are times where people just go, what's going to happen when we get to Brendan? What's he going to support? But like with Coogee, like with the shared, zone that the passion that you have, and you're a visionary in the sense that, you do look about what's best for our for those communities, about what's best for shared space between cyclists or drivers, pedestrians, businesses. And I keep saying to you, you're retiring too early. You've been through so much, and now that you're at your best shape, like I said, I'm going to miss your your enthusiasm. Thank you. Is that it? Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Said.
Mr Mayor, I will keep it short, but I just want to add to my disappointment that I suppose during COVID it's reared its ugly head again, because I feel really, I think it's upsetting and sad that these 5 councillors couldn't have a proper public send-off before they left. We have 4 mayors and 1 deputy mayor. We have 2 of the longest serving councillors in Randwick City history, and I really wish the public could have witnessed this, and unfortunately, due to COVID, I suppose, we couldn't do this. But I find it very upsetting that we really couldn't do a very good send-off for you all. So, as everyone has said, and you'll hear it all night, you are very appreciative for every single one of you. And finally, I'd just like to say that Councillor Bowen, I thank you for your guidance and wisdom, and it's a shame there's no longer a Bowen on council, but if I do come back, I promise you I will continue the legacy of the Bowen family, and you're welcome in the council anytime. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Given the time and all the items on the business paper, I will keep it very short and just say that Ted, thank you, Councillor Singh, thank you very, very much. I really appreciate all your support. You're a true gentleman, using the words of Councillor De Rocha here, but it's true. Your influence over council meetings, your influence in the caucus has been truly helpful to me. I've learned so much from you. Brendan, Councillor Roberts, I also thank you very, very much for your wisdom, for your guidance. There's a lot that you do need to learn while being on council. It's not just voting yes or no, right or wrong. It's understanding the nuances and understanding the history, and I found that Councillor Roberts really provided that. Thank you. Councillor Matson, again, another person who I think provided a lot of guidance. I believe that Councillor Matson still had a lot more to give. I think he has a lot of energy, and he was willing to open his box of tricks. He was willing to allow me an opportunity to understand the workings of how we should be talking to each other and negotiating. And he did that in the early days, but I think that he lost the opportunity to do a bit more of that. But I wish him all the best. Councillor Bowen, I found that while he's quiet, he is consistent in his rejection of the light rail. I found it amusing, but still informative. And I think that the council will be really missed by someone of your abilities and your professional experience. So I think that was great. And lastly, Councillor Shuri, I'll miss you. I think it's been lovely having the three of us females on Northwood, and I think that your contribution was really valuable in the way that you ran the meetings. I found that you were extremely fair in how you chaired the meetings, and I wish you all the best in your health and future.
Thank you. Councillor Stavrinos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What we're losing tonight is 82 years of combined experience on council. It's indeed very sad to see so many councillors bidding adieu or farewell to our council. In particular, I find it very sad that Councillor Singh will be leaving us. Councillor Singh has been a pillar and a rock to me throughout the 9 years that I've been on council. And one thing he always said to me was that we need to always be focused on what we're elected to do. And that is to always be focusing on grassroots local government issues and not to be, or try to avoid being political in the council chamber. Now, Councillor Singh, I wish you all the very best with all your future endeavours. You will be sadly missed in this council chamber. Your wisdom and your words will really resonate with me. Depending on whether or not I'm here in the next term or not, I'll always take on board everything you said to me, and for that I'm forever grateful. To Councillor Bowen, you've always been a fighter. We've never seen, we've seen eye to eye on some issues, but we haven't always seen eye to eye. And one thing I will say, Councillor, is that I admire anyone who stands up for what they believe. And when, that's a sign of someone with true conviction. And Councillor Bowen, you can really stand proud because every time you had something to say, you said it, with true conviction, and you knew what you were on about. And for me, that's important. You knew your facts. To Councillor Shuri, 9 years on the council, I think your biggest legacy would be, contributing to the domestic violence shelters and increasing council's expenditure on targeting domestic violence. I think, that will always be, your legacy, something that you can leave behind and be really proud of. Councillor Matson, again, 26 years on council, that's really an achievement. As someone who's only been on council for 9 years, I can tell you sometimes it does get very difficult, but to do it for 26 years is really something. At times it can be thankless and it can be very difficult, but to hang in there for such a long time, I really admire that. Good on you, and I wish you all the very best. Councillor Roberts, we haven't always, we've been part of the same caucus for a number of years. Unfortunately, things didn't go the way I wanted them to go, but that's all right. I wish you all the very best with all your future endeavours, and sure, I'll see you around the traps. And on that note, I think I've said what I've had to say, and thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Veach.
Thank you. Look, I too would like to thank and express my great appreciation to all of the retiring councillors tonight, of all parties and political persuasions. You've all made tremendous contributions to the city of Randwick, and your constituents and the communities you represent will be very sad to see you go. You all leave a great legacy in your different wards. Councillor Roberts, I know you've experienced some very difficult personal circumstances, particularly earlier in the term, but, you know, we're all very heartened to see you sort of rise above that and beat it and come back to council. Councillor Bowen, you know, you're obviously Labor royalty. That's what I was told. I came onto council. That was the description, and certainly that's echoed with all the residents I've met throughout Randwick City. You're so highly respected, and you'll be very sadly missed. And your you know, deep understanding of the law and the way that could be applied to council matters at times was something that I think all of us learned from, you know, and just gave us a different perspective. And, you know, again, I know you have the deepest respect of the council and your community in the city of Randwick. Councillor Singh, I especially echo the words of the other councillors. I think you are totally respected by everyone here in this chamber and in the community. You've always had a balanced approach, very friendly, very personable. Yeah, you're just your own person in a way that the community loves you. We all love you. You know, so we'll be very sad to see you go. And of course, to my fellow Greens councillors, Councillors Shurey and Matson, you know, I owe you such a debt of gratitude, as do all the Greens. Councillor Shurey, you know, as the first female Green, or the first female mayor, or second, but first female Greens mayor, that's just an incredible achievement. You're so highly respected, particularly within North Ward, but within all of Randwick. And you know, as Councillor Stavrino said, your record and fight to help survivors of domestic abuse and provide additional funds and services and housing is an incredible achievement. And I know there are women and families there who directly benefited from this, and that's just absolutely wonderful. And you've been a fierce champion for the environment and for you know, anyone who's marginalised. And finally, Councillor Matson, we've obviously had our strong differences on certain matters, but I don't want to dwell on that tonight. I want to dwell on your incredible achievements and legacy for the environment. You've been really ahead of your time, particularly on things like solaring our communities and community batteries and things like that. Very much ahead of your time. People scoffed and laughed, but that's the way we're all going. You know, I'm sure most of the councillors, but perhaps not all, know that, you know, your commitment to the environment and activism goes back a very long way. You're one of the people on the fighting to save the Franklin River, and you were there paddling around, you know, Sydney Harbour fighting the nuclear ships, opposing the nuclear ships in the harbour. You know, I've always sought your advice on all sorts of matters relating to motions. You're an encyclopedia of the code of meeting practice. And so that's something I'm really going to miss. And, you know, I know people say, oh, so many motions from Councillor Matson, but we get, as Greens councillors, we get so many requests from members of the community to put up these motions. And so you always do that in good faith. You know, you put them up, people come to the Greens, people come to us and say, can you put this up on our behalf? We know it's probably not going to get up, but we know it's a really important matter to people who are environmentally conscious, and so you put them up and you often cop a lot of flack for it, but you do it anyway, and that's been a real inspiration to me. And I know to the people who listen to those meetings and who come in to speak and hear those debates, you've earned their respect, and people are just thankful that you're able to do that. So, yeah, I wish all of the council, yourself and Councillor Shuri and all the councillors, all the very best for your future endeavours. I'm sure, we'll, be thinking of you as future debates. What would Murray have said? What would Lindsay, what would Tony Bowen have said? That'll be floating around, I'm sure, for any of the councillors here tonight who are re-elected. Your legacy will remain with this council, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Veitch. Councillor Luxford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to extend my best wishes to the councillors that are retiring tonight. Some I have known far longer than others, but they've each contributed in their own way and will be missed by their communities, I'm sure. I'm sure they'll be around to give guidance to people taking their spots, perhaps, and they're always there for questions if needed. Ted, Councillor Singh, has, been part of the family for a long time, from when he first entered council, alongside there with my dad. So he and Shirley have always been around and been there for the family. Of course, Councillor Bowen, I trod the footpaths of Randwick early on in his rise to council and other forays into political ventures. So we go back a long way too, and so do our families. And, of course, you'll always be there for us and we'll always be there for you. Councillor Shuri, I had the great privilege of being the Deputy Mayor to Madam Mayor over there, so that was an experience, and I thank you for the guidance and for just having the opportunity to be Deputy Mayor alongside such a wonderful Mayor that we had at the time. Councillor Roberts, I did support you with the hot chips. Unfortunately we never got there, but I was there for you. So anyway, I'd like to thank you all for your contributions to our community, and I'm sure there'll be lots more accolades later on. But yeah, great job.
Thank you. Are there any further speak? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. First of all, I'll just remind Councillor Murray-Madsen that I was a mere resident, and I used to phone him up and ask him could he do this and could he do that, and nag him and whatever. Got to say, Murray, you've done a terrific job over the years, and yeah, great job when you were mayor, but just a really, really good local councillor. And I know you were always East Ward, I was always in North Ward as a resident, but as we know, the issues cut across both wards very considerably. So well done on all your great service, and you'll be very sorely missed. And Ted, you will be too, and I'm really pleased that you are such a strong supporter of refugees in particular. That's one of the causes close to your heart. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the work that you've done on the council, and good luck to everything in the future, and keep healthy. And and also I was going to, well, I did remind Councillor Singh that one of his greatest contributions when he was mayor was to try and get the deck chairs to Clovelly. I just had to get it in, Ted, sorry. Yes, but thankfully we didn't get them, but they did make a lot of news. We got a lot of news coverage over that particular idea. It was almost like a thought bubble, but boy, you suffered a lot of repercussions for that one. When I was first elected to council, Councillor Bowen was the mayor in my first term, and I've got to say that you were a great mayor for us new councillors. And I remember at the end of that first year as council, everyone around the table paid tribute to your leadership as a mayor, and you were always a very good Mayor, in terms of trying to keep us all together, whatever our politics were. And the other thing that you and I shared great allegiance for was for fighting amalgamations, and the fact that we got the legal advice, which was very strong, and of course proven right, because there's no way that the state government was going to face the High Court, because they knew the case was actually not going to win. So yeah, well done. Councillor Bowen, will certainly miss you around the table, but I certainly hope you'll be keeping in touch with us in your retirement. And I'll speak next to the former Deputy Mayor, Brendan Roberts, who, yes, we don't agree on many things, but there are certain things we agree very strongly on. And one of the things that we very strongly agree on, we've got to do more work on that, so I promise I'll be doing more work on it. Please keep nagging me if we're not successful. And that is to improve the access to our community facilities for community groups. And that's something that we should be doing much more of, and at a much more reduced rate and much more user-friendly. So I'll definitely keep working on that. And thanks for your friendship over the times, and good luck with your health and family and how you're going to juggle those 4 kids. I don't know. 2 is enough for me, but 4 is like a whole different ball game. So good luck. And then my compatriot, who's not even listening to me, oh, now she does, she pays attention. Good, thank you. Yeah. I am going to miss you hugely, and of course when we had planning as one of our responsibilities, that awesome task of our Sunday mornings, always religiously spent going around and inspecting locations. I would do the organising our runs and organising the timing, all that sort of thing, but then you provided the driver fairly often, the wonderful good husband of hers, John, who would drive us around. Because there was nowhere to park, yes. And you and I would trape us in and out, and found we were invading private property a couple of times because we hadn't quite read the map as well as we should have. But yes, I'm going to miss you hugely, and it was always really wonderful to have you sitting beside me and knowing that get good advice and yeah, good companionship. And then your experience as mayor was wonderful to see, and then I learnt a lot from that, and then I had the privilege of following on. So that was a wonderful experience. So yeah, it's going to be sad to lose you, Councillor Shuri. Miss you very much, and it was ironic that the mayor got us muddled up, because there's a certain council officer who can't tell the difference between Councillor Shuri and Councillor Nielsen. Always gets us muddled up. We look nothing alike, we sound nothing alike, we don't even wear similar glasses, we certainly do not have a similar colour hair. Yes, we're certainly not Snow White and Rose Red, but we've enjoyed our times together in serving North Ward. So you're going to be very sorely missed, you outgoing councillors who, can you hold up the fingers that you said that the number of years there, mathematician genius? Councillor Stavrinos, was it 82 years you said, or
82 years, 82 years combined.
There you go. So in my head, I surreptitiously got that. Well done. So yeah, 82 years of experience on council we're losing tonight, and it is sad. And if some of you had stayed on for those extra few years, would it have brought us up to, well, I was thinking that Councillor Madsen and Councillor Singh, even if you served these extra 3 years, you wouldn't get 30 years, would you? You'd be 1 year short. Is that right?
Yeah.
How's that work? I don't know, but anyway, yeah. So we're going to miss you all, and let's hope that we can carry on the proud tradition, those of us who are fortunate enough to be re-elected. And if we're not doing the right thing, those of us who are fortunate enough to be re-elected, we expect you, and you to come and give us a hard time. Do you all promise? Yes? You'll sit in the gallery.
I thought I already was.
And you'll send us emails. Thank you.
Look, thank you, councillors. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for those kind words. it is with a heavy heart that I say a few words about my time on council and to thank those people that I have been working very closely with. Mr. Mayor, it has been an absolute honor and privilege to have been given the opportunity to represent the people of this great city. 26 years is a long time, a very long time indeed. When I was first elected in September 1995, it never crossed my mind that I would remain on council for more than 10 years, let alone for a quarter of a century. Certainly, I never thought I would be the mayor one day. In the 1990s, Randwick Council was in the news for the wrong reasons. I remember a Daily Telegraph reporter said to me, "Randwick is a hotspot for controversies." Now, Randwick Council is a multiple award-winning council. Randwick Council is known for leadership on environmental initiatives like water conservation, stormwater recycling, reduction in energy consumption, and recycling. We have diversity in our workforce. We have a female general manager and many female managers. We have Aboriginal, Muslim, Asian among our employees, and we have people from the LGBT backgrounds. The light rail is the biggest public infrastructure that Randwick Council helped to deliver. I'm proud to have played a positive role. What we need is for the light rail to travel a little faster to the city. I think having an express light rail service during peak times would be wonderful. I have a long list of people I'd like to thank tonight, but time won't allow me to mention all. Firstly, I'd like to thank Joanne Kenny, who was the president of the Randwick Local Government Conference of the Liberal Party. She was instrumental in my first pre-selection as a Liberal candidate. Margaret Martin, our first female mayor. Margaret was my mentor on council. Former General Manager Ray Brownlee, arguably the best chief executive in local government. The late Director of Planning, Seema Truvert. Current Director of Planning, Kerry Kiriakou. Council Managers, Frank Coe, Roman Wazinski, David Kelly, Josh Hay, GM's Executive Assistant, Tracy Hadcliffe. And who can forget Howard Saleh, our IT expert. We should also not forget Hilton, who made sure that we get our dishes on time and the drinks are always there. I also want to thank my Liberal Party Kingswood branch president, Robert Kriletich, and all those party members who volunteered at the polling booths. I want to say a special thank you to my life partner, Shirley Chen, who's been with me throughout this journey. Lastly, but not the least, to my fellow councillors, past and present, those who worked with me and against me. Most of all, thank you for making me look good. I'm retiring as a councillor, but will be active in the community as a volunteer. So, Mr. Mayor, tonight, I won't be saying goodbye, but instead I'll say, see you later.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Very moving. Any further? Councillor Bowen.
Did Murray want to speak? Or
yeah. Oh, I'll go to you and then I'll find out. Oh, I'm
happy to say a few words. Barristers apparently think better if they're standing, so I'll stand up. Councillors, I'd just like to say thank you all for your wonderful words tonight. I mean, it does mean a lot to me. I was reminded of the words of Gough Whitlam, that the flatterer is seldom interrupted. So thank you for that. I'd just like to make a few, I suppose, reflections and give my thanks for this wonderful 13 years I've had on this council. First and foremost, and for the last time, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners the land we're meeting today and pay my respects to their elders, both past and present. It's been a great privilege to serve this community for the last 13 plus years. And I must say, I've never ceased to be astounded by the talent, the diversity, the kindness, and the sheer community spirit that exists in our community. And it's been a great privilege to represent an area, an iconic area like Eastward. It's an area of great natural beauty, but the people reflect that beauty, and I think they work well together. There's so many people I wish to thank for my time on this council. It's hard to know where to start. And of course, I must start with my beautiful partner, Kate, and our three boys, Tom, Jim, and little Johnny. They've all made sacrifices they may not even know, like all our families do in this place, so that we're able to serve on this council. I'd like to thank my wider family, my brothers and sisters, my in-laws, outlaws, cousins, nieces, nephews, the broad family of Bowens, Smiths and Everingtons, who have helped me get elected in the last 3 elections and supported my efforts on this council, in particular my parents-in-law, Jeff and Liz. I must give my thanks to the local ALP. I could not, there's too many people to mention, but there are a few that I must mention. First and foremost, Dominic Sullivan and the Sullivan family, who supported me in my election at Eastward. I'd also like to thank Paul Tracy, Peter Garrett, Sandy Chick and Maria Wilson, who've all helped me over the years, and I'd add Mary Bamfield to that as well. And I must give my thanks to my fellow ALP councillors, Kathy, Danny, Dylan, Alex, and from the preceding council. I'd like to acknowledge the support I've had in the community, in particular from Annie Hark, Richard Walsh, Andrew Maguire and Del Buchanan during the amalgamation battle, I'll put it that way. For our council staff, which we're so lucky, all the directors tonight, Therese, Kerry, who's not here, Roman, Todd, the 2 Davids, Hilton, Katie Anderson, and of course, Hawa, who I believe is charging my phone, and I must not forget Josh. I'd also like to acknowledge the great support and leadership and insight I picked up from Ray Brownlee, and the help I received from Geordie Frangopoulos, previous director, and of course, the great loss to the council of SEMA. I pay my respect to all and tribute to all the councillors, and in particular the councillors who are retiring tonight, along with myself. And I make special mention of my friend and comrade in arms, Councillor Bolelli, who he's AKA Rocky, but he was a tremendous asset in the fight for the to keep the council going during amalgamation. Mr. Mayor, I thank you for your mayoral minute. It was very interesting to read the mayoral minute, because I often think back on, there's so many things you can think you may have done better, and you're aware it's impossible in this role not to at times let people down or disappoint them, is probably a better way of putting it. And I was thinking, what is the best thing that we've done on this council in the time that I've been here? And it came to me that I believe it's the call for the mandatory life jackets for rock fishers. Now, I know there's a gentleman out in our community who's violently opposed to that, but I will argue with him anywhere, anytime. So if you need me to come back on the importance of having life jackets on the rock fishers that are so predominant in the area. And the reason for that is, when I was the mayor, I had a searing experience unexpectedly down at La Perouse, where a fisherman had been lost. And it was just a simple thing of seeing the looks on the faces of his friends, and the poor person was never found. And it just hit me like a ton of bricks that we must do something about this. And so I think we can all reflect upon how many people are out there whose lives have been saved. How many children have a father, or parents have their kids, lovers, you name it, because of a simple, practical solution that the council did first, semper prima, always first, our motto. And it's a great example of the great work that can be done here with a good idea and practical solutions. So I will always be extremely proud of that. But of course, the big issue for me on the 13 years I was here was the amalgamation fight, which I did not see coming. And the very survival of this 162-year-old council itself. It's always been a bit personal for me. I could never have guessed when I was elected 13 years ago that not only was I stepping into public life, but I was also, unbeknown to myself at the time, embarking on an intensely personal journey. And I think public life is intensely personal because of the experiences you have. My dad, who you all mentioned very kindly this evening, he'd served on this council for 14 years, so he's beaten me yet again. and that's the way it should be. But he'd told me, he'd warned me. He told me politics was not all that it seemed. And he was a bit dubious about me getting involved, and unfortunately he was never really aware of my time on council because of his illness. But one thing he said to me when I was a young guy, I may have had shoes on, it was important to have strong roots in the everyday world. Don't get lost in politics. So he encouraged me to do law and go to the bar. And how ironic it was that legal training that came to, I believe, prove invaluable when the council was faced with the amalgamation in 2014. It gave me the knowledge and the weapons to fight for our community and for my beloved local Labor Party, which I understood has to be based locally in our Randwick community. And we all understand that for the parties we represent, that it's so important that they have their foundation in their community, and that means this place. So I've got great satisfaction out of the council's continuing survival and thriving. And it's great that in a few weeks the council's going to renew itself again. New councillors, new ideas, new themes coming into the council. That's the way it should be. But I can't let this time go without mentioning one aspect. The person who really drummed into me the importance of doing the right thing was my mother. She took a keen interest in the local political scene because she'd seen it all with Dad, up close, the whole thing, top to bottom. She wasn't really interested in politics per se. She was no armchair political warrior. But she just used to say to me, just do what your conscience tells you is right. We lost Dad in 2012, and Mum took a keen interest in what was happening at the council. And I often sought her advice on things because, she, as I said, she'd seen it all. She'd been Dad's main support during his long time in public life. The amalgamation fight went on a long time, years and years. And during that time, her health began to fail. And the fight was for the council against the amalgamation was hard. I always felt we're up against it. The numbers weren't there. And things looked very grim for Randwick Council, very grim indeed. And, you know, I didn't know how we were going to get out of it. I thought we were doomed. That was all until a key date, the 9th of May 2017. It so happened on that same day, my mother was in her final hours. It was a Tuesday. There was a council vote that night. And the vote was whether we would take on a legal challenge against the New South Wales government's plan to amalgamate this council. I knew I had to be there, for the vote because the numbers were tight. But I also knew my mum would understand that I'd have to leave her in those final hours, not that she was aware, because that's what she'd drummed into me to do. And so I came up to the council, we had a long debate. That's where we tabled our own legal advice. Councillor Nielsen and I had obtained, probably the best $1,500 that Randwick Council ever spent. And a veritable miracle occurred. The numbers changed and suddenly it was on. We were going to fight and the council resolved to take on the New South Wales government, and we did. And we won. And the council is still here. That was the same debate when my mum slipped away from us. 9th of May 2017. It's never to be forgotten by me. So, if you indulge me, councillors, I would like to dedicate my time on this council to her, my mum, Claire Frances Bowen, from Goodrich Avenue, Kingsford, late of Moramy Avenue, Kensington. Thank you. I wish all the candidates the very best for the upcoming election, and I wish this council the very best for the future. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Councillor Matson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I would start by thanking my wife and my daughter, who over 26 years have put up with an incredible lot. I don't know why that woman hasn't left me, but she's still with me. It just amazes me. I remember coming home one night and she said, "Please don't come to bed talking about Councillor Bastick again. I can't take it." Yeah. Look, I'd like to say a few words to the councillors who are going out with me, Councillor Veach and Councillor Shuri. We fought the good fight on this council. We are the Greens. We do fight for the climate. We do fight for progressive issues. And I think we waged a very good battle. And quite frankly, the bike path in which we are supposed to have done so badly, we actually did very well. I'd also like to express my gratitude to Councillor Bowen. He made me a much better thinker than I would have been if he had kept his mouth shut. But I thank him for that. His articulateness, his extensive knowledge, they came from a very, very strong position of integrity, and I always respected that. What can I say to Councillor Roberts? We had some great battles too. I must say I do admire your tenacity. I never thought for one moment that you didn't believe in any one of those positions you took in those battles we have, and I truly admire you for it. And yes, I remember those hard times you had, your personal health, they can't have been easy. They really can't have been. Councillor Singh, 26 years, mate, and neither of us are winning. We're both going out in the same year. Oh, well, maybe that's the best way. Look, I've always regarded you as a friend. I've always respected the advice you gave me. And I think that on administrative and financial levels, we together were a good team. On climate change, yeah, we agreed to differ, I think. To Therese, our General Manager, I think you've got a lot to give this council in the years coming, and I can see that the councillors that are leaving can trust it in your hand. To your predecessor, Mr. Ray Brownlee, there was an incredible guy that I knew from 2004. He saved me from getting sin-binned by the then local government minister, and I thank him for that. And his influence and guidance were something I really couldn't have done without. To the 5 Liberal councillors and 2 other Green councillors of 2004, you know who you are. Thank you for having faith in me. Thank you for making me mayor. And thank you for allowing me to put into place for a number of years an inclusive sharing arrangement for sharing the mayoralty around. I really do think the council, during those years when we were sharing the mayoralty so clearly, I think they showed a different side of how local councillors could work together. Unfortunately, we can't go back to that. The government has changed the mayoral election rules. That's the way it is, I suppose. Looking back on my own record, I made some mistakes. I had some wins. The mistakes I made were honest ones, and the only real thing I feel I'll ever regret is that I never actually tried to write a speech before I gave it, with obvious results sometimes. So this has been one of the big personal projects of my life, 26 years. And again, as I have said, I thank my wife, Lisa Dobby, for allowing me the room, the money and the support to be a full-time councillor. I honestly don't know how some of you manage to be full-time councillors and do the marvellous things you do when you've got to work full-time and you don't have the freedoms that I was given. I really admire all of you for that. Thank you very much. Oh, just a quick word. Dylan, you're going to go places, mate. And Christy, your time will come.
Councillor Shuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to make a long speech. All I'm really going to say is thanks to all the councillors who I've worked with. I don't know that I have enjoyed my time on council. It's not really a word that I would use, but I felt I've made a little bit of difference for our residents. But we also have, sometimes I've laughed an awful lot. I must confess, some of the council meetings have been hideous, but some of them have been great fun. But I'm really looking forward to reading novels instead of council papers. So thank you, everybody, and I've really enjoyed working with you. Thanks.
Councillor Roberts.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I'll be, in the spirit of Councillor Shuri, I'll make this short as well. So I wasn't expecting to give a speech tonight, especially about my legacy on council. That's probably a good thing. This means it'll be very brief. But first, I'd just like to apologise for letting the team down. I'm the only one here who never was mayor, who's retiring. So I'm the deputy mayor. All the other guys are the mayors, so sorry about pulling the average down. But I'll live with it. And in fact, when I did become mayor, when I did become deputy mayor, I believe it was, from memory, as a stopgap measure because our first term was extended because of legal challenges on amalgamations. And it was expected to be similar to this, like September to like December, and then that'll be the end of the term. But thanks to Wallara Council and other councils, and eventually our own council, the legal challenge created a great momentum, even though I personally supported an Eastern Beaches Council, and I still do, similar to the Northern Beaches Council, for example, but I digress. But thanks to that, that allowed me to have a 12-month period as Deputy Mayor, so that was very nice. And thank you for your very nice words tonight. It's very humbling to just sort of sit there and receive it. I felt quite uncomfortable, obviously, to receive that, but thank you for all your nice words. I've always strived to argue the issue and avoid the person. I'm sure I haven't achieved that 100% of the time. And also on council, it's been an honour to argue and defend Liberal values. So it's been an absolute pleasure for me to have a platform to defend Liberal values in the public square. Just thank the staff for all your responsiveness. You've always been there at a phone call, so I really appreciate that. General Manager, Therese, wonderful to work with you, and you've always been fair to all of us, no matter what our political persuasion has been, so thank you very much for that. And also sometimes when we go off the rails, you're very strong as well, and you say, you know, that's not probably what you should be doing, Brendan, and that's been very, I've been very thankful for that as well. I'd like to thank councillors for everything for all your companionship. I won't mention councillors because we don't have all night, but I will mention that Councillor Matson, I believe, was the first Greens mayor in Metro Sydney. So congratulations to him. I could be corrected on that fact, but I'm pretty sure that's a fact. So that's a wonderful achievement, personal achievement for Murray. And Councillor Bowen, we had an issue, I believe, a fair few years ago related to a serious well, the council had an issue and we came together and we worked together to work through that. So I'll never forget that. And we worked together on that, so that was good. And I'd just like to thank my number 2 in the first election, Lucy Clothier, and my number 3, Levy, and my number 2 in the second term was Alex Magny and David Morgan. So thank you very much for their support. The local Liberal Party, my Liberal councillors, for working with you. It's been a pleasure. I'd also like to mention the local Liberal member, Tony Gentili. He was the one who encouraged me to put my hand up for council when I was just sort of there as a local member, trying to figure out how to contribute. So without Tony's contribution, I wouldn't be here. So thank you very much, Tony Gentili. Finally, my family, especially my wife, Frances, you know, I go off on this adventure, you know, down to council meetings, and Francis is left working full time plus the kids, and you know, put him to bed and you know, giving him dinner as we all know and remember. So I'd just like to thank Francis. So thank you very much.
Look, thank you very much, councillors. There were some very moving speeches. Look, just in closing, what I would say to each and every one of the retiring councillors, you can hear from the quiver in the voices of the councillors who are farewelling you, just the sheer emotion and the warmth, and to be honest, the feeling of loss after such experience and such hard work is departing from our council. And listening to these particular speeches, one thing that just stuck out to me was how often we're told to find purpose in the work which we do, and listening to what all of you have said this evening, it just shows that each of the departing councillors have worked for so long towards a purpose, and that purpose is improving our community and improving this council, and the whole community owes you more than we possibly can in a debt of gratitude. So congratulations on what has been a very stellar record, and when you walk around, no longer as councillors but as just private citizens, you can point and say, well, actually I had a hand in that. So congratulations, well done, and I look forward to sharing a glass of wine and a beer after this. So congratulations once again. I think now might be a good time for a break, for a toilet break, and then we shall continue, but congratulations once again. I think 9:35 or 9:40, and then let's do 9:35, and then we shall speed through the rest of the agenda. Fingers crossed. Councillor Bowen?
Do we have to move this motion?
Yes, we do. You are correct. So I move the motion. I'll now put all those in favour. All those against.
Aye.
I declare that carried, and it was unanimous. Thank you. So we'll now go on a break. Thank you, councillors. It being 9:45, I reopen the meeting. I've just been informed that there is further urgent business, so with the indulgence of the meeting, I would just like to actually return to urgent business. Is there any urgent business?
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen.
It's related, councillors, to the resolution that we passed earlier about the DA Coogee Bay Hotel for. Oh yeah.
We have to leave again, do we?
Yep. Yeah, you do.
Okay, bye.
They may not, because it's, or maybe if I just get some guidance from the General Manager.
Thank you.
Be a procedural thing.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in relation to that question, I would suggest those councillors or people that you might mention as part of your motion might have to declare an interest.
Oh, in that case, off you go.
You said it with a smile, so that's okay.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, and I'm grateful to council staff for raising this. The issue is simply this: that because of the timing of the election, and then the determination of the DA with the panel on the 6th is on the 16th of December, and of course that's 2 weeks, a bit less than 2 weeks after the council election. But the council will not have formed at the time of the panel's meeting about this critical issue, and of course the council nominates two, I believe, community reps or councillors to sit on that panel. So we'll have a situation where the panel will be meeting to determine the DA, but the council will not have been in a position to send along its delegates as it would in the usual course by reason of the timing of the election. So so it's important that the community is represented, and so that we make some provision so we can send along some delegates. So what I would suggest, Mr. Mayor, is that the council move a motion to confirm, and I would nominate councillors Said and Hamilton to continue as council delegates following the council election, because they are two councillors who are standing for election, and there is some probability that they would be elected. The other delegate, Councillor Matson, is not standing. And they are to continue as the council's delegates following the council election until such time that the new delegates are determined, and that won't be till next year when the council meets. And sorry, the other delegate is Brendan Roberts, so he's not standing either. So I would move that, Mr. Mayor, if that's, and I'd ask for a seconder, and that way the community can be assured that the council's position, or the councillors, the panel will be formed in its usual way and will be comprised of the delegates from this council, who, I might add, have all excused themselves in the debate as well. So there can't be any issue, and Councillor Nielsen went to some lengths to ensure that there couldn't be any suggestion that the delegates were in any way involved in the determination of the item on the business paper earlier. So I just moved that way, and
thank you, Councillor Bowen. I will now put the motion that it be considered as urgent business by councillors. All those in favour that this matter be considered as urgent business first?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All those against? Okay, thank you. As the Chair, I also consider this as urgent business. I'll now call Councillor Bowen as the mover, and I call for a seconder of this urgent business. Okay, seconded by Councillor Nielsen. Before we move to Councillor Bowen, I've just received some feedback or suggestions through the chair from the General Manager that the words councillors be removed from the motion and that it just simply refers to Mr. Danny said and Ms. Hamilton.
Oh, that's a very good suggestion and no problem.
Yep, thank you. Mr. Bowen is the mover of the motion.
So I think everyone kind of gets it. So how about we just put it?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nielsen? Okay. Councillor Andrews, I believe. Okay. Yep. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. There being no further speakers on the matter, I will now put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Okay, could we please let the
thanks, Mr. Mayor, and
councillors who've left? We can note that as unanimous. Yes. Yes. It was unanimous. Yes. Thank you. All right, we now go to the seriatim part of the evening. I will call out asking if there are any challenges. I begin with GM 13/21. No challenge. Okay, thank you. GM 14/21. There's a question from Councillor Nielsen. Nielsen, okay. CP 85/21, Spot Festival.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Matson, CP 86/21, unchallenged. CP 87/21.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Matson.
Thank you. All right. CP 89/21. Challenged by Councillor Nielsen. Okay. CP 91/21.
Me, Lindsay Shuri.
Shuri. CP 92/21. Unchallenged. CS 54/21. Unchallenged. Challenged by Councillor Said. Okay, CS 55/21. Unchallenged. CO 69/21. Unchallenged. CO 70/21. Unchallenged. CO 71/21. Unchallenged. CO 73/21. Randwick City Council submission to the OLG on risk management.
I'll move the unchallenged items, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, the unchallenged items are moved by Councillor Andrews and seconded by Councillor Luxford. Okay, we now move to the first challenged item, GM 14/21, local government elections, new council, mayoral election and interim provisions. Councillor Nielsen.
Just a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager. Do the oaths have to be taken in person? That's correct, yes? Sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
However, if the extraordinary meeting, which is going to be held on the 30th of December, could people new councillors or any councillor, could a councillor take their oath in person prior to that meeting?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Usually at Randwick City Council we do it prior to the first council meeting, but councillors are allowed to take the oath before the General Manager prior to that, once they've been declared by the poll.
is it possible that the extraordinary meeting could be a hybrid, that a mix, in other words, a mixture of in-person and via Zoom, as long as everyone present in the meeting had taken the oath?
Susan.
Through Mr Mayor, yes, that can be the case. We can arrange for a hybrid initial extraordinary meeting. The only limitations for the new council is in relation to the photographs that are generally taken of the new council on their first meeting and of individual councillors for the purposes of our website and the likes. But from a council meeting decision-making process, yes, that can be.
Just to follow further up, when you said they had to have photographs and so on and so forth, that could all be done ahead of time of the extraordinary meeting if in fact they were not going to be able to be present.
Through Mr Mayor, individual photos, yes, but the full council photo would be challenging.
So again, is that compulsory to the group photograph? That's surely not compulsory on the day.
Through Mr Mayor, no.
Another follow-up question, if I may. So would we have to have the hybrid meeting? Could it be predominantly hybrid and only a few in person, or would we have to have a certain number of people physically present? Would there be any division that way?
Through you, Mr Mayor, a hybrid would allow any number of councillors to tune in via online means, although I would suggest if the majority of councillors were intending to come via online, there maybe needs to be a decision as to whether the full council meeting be held online, just mindful of staffing resources and the likes.
Thank you. Because it's been challenged, I actually need a mover and a seconder of it.
And I have to move that report. And can we just have clarification of the points that you gave in your response? Is that possible, General Manager, please?
Through Mr Mayor, I'm happy to send an email around to existing councillors, and certainly for those candidates moving towards that are successful in the election, I'll be in touch with them very shortly after to talk through our options in relation to attendance at the council meeting and oath taking.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder of the report?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Shuri. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, all those in favour, all those against, I declare that carried. Okay, we now go to CP 85/21, Planning for Events to Spot Festival 2022. Councillor Matson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, we have to choose A or B. I choose B. Propose that we do not have a spot festival next year. My reasoning is that the pandemic, it keeps changing. My reading of it from media around the world is that it's not simply enough to have everyone vaccinated. You also have to have booster shots now. The other point I make is that the issue is becoming political, even in Australia. In Victoria and Western Australia, we've seen some extraordinary outbursts of hate, political malice. The point I'm making is that if we now commit to having a spot festival, it may become very difficult for us to close it down again if we have to. So for that reason, I would propose B, that we do not have a spot festival.
Yeah, do you have a seconder, Councillor Matson?
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Veach. Councillor Roberts. Councillor Roberts.
I will speak very briefly against. And if the motion fails, I foreshadow I'll move A. Based on the simple the simple fact is that we're at over 95% first dose, I believe, in New South Wales. We're moving on, okay? We're moving on. Let's get back to normal, all right? There's no boogeyman in the closet. We're going to move forward with our eyes wide open. We can do fireworks. We can do events at the football, the cricket. What's that? The races. You know, this is just, you know, I don't support B, and I'll be happy as a legacy my name against moving A. I'm quite surprised that the councillor moved B. Thank you.
Could I just clarify, Councillor Roberts, that you're not moving an amendment, but you are foreshadowing that if this were to be defeated, that you will move A in substitute, or you want to do the amendment? I don't mind.
I'm happy to take advice, but my assumption is I can't move an amendment.
That's my understanding. It was
opposite.
just up there. Yep. Yeah. Not to worry. Thank you. The next speaker was Councillor Andrews, I believe. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't on the list.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Shuri, then Councillor Bowen.
I'm also concerned, like Councillor Matson, that when you see some, you know, numbers in Europe, like in Germany, 65,000 cases a day, and having to shut down their cities for the fourth wave. I do think we need to be a little bit cautious. I'm due for my booster shot in December because I was one of the lucky ones who had an early vax. But it would appear that everybody does need a booster shot, and the actual vaccination rates in Australia are tapering off. And will people be coming forward to get their booster shots? I really think we need to be showing a little bit of caution in the way that we're opening up, because I don't want to go into another lockdown. And that's the reasoning, basically, because yeah, it would be appalling to have to go through another lockdown. But if we don't, I personally think we should postpone the planning for the Spot Festival.
Thank you. Councillor Bowen.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I agree totally with what Councillor Matson has said, and I agree with what Councillor Shuri has said as well. But I think the precaution is actually built into A, because we're talking about March next year. It's going to be a decision of the new council. But we're talking about planning subject to it being allowed by New South Wales Public Health Order and accepting the risk of a changing circumstance. I mean, we do have to find a balance. No one wants another lockdown. Absolutely. And of course, we're watching what's happening overseas with a lot of concern. But I think we've built in some security here because it's referable to a public health order. I mean, I think that's a safety valve here. So and you know, let's hope, fingers crossed, we have a good summer, the numbers stay down, no more lockdowns. Let's hope everyone gets vaccinated, or pretty much has been vaccinated, those that want to, which is 95%. And, you know, imagine if we weren't vaccinated. Imagine what things would be like if we didn't have that figure of vaccination. But anyway, that's by the by. And so, yes, people have to have their boosters, but I think the safety is built into A, and I think we need to start, you know, trying to get back to things being business as usual, because, you know, this is an important event for our community. If we can do it, it'd be great to get everyone together, and it'd be great for those businesses up there. And it's a real showcase for our local area. So I think
we should try, proceed in a cautious way, which is what's reflected there in A.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay, there being no further speakers, I will now... Councillor Matson, did you want to close the debate?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No? Okay, thank you. So just to clarify before I put it, Councillor Matson has moved A, which is... he's moved B, which is that council does not proceed with planning the Spot Festival in 2022 and instead program smaller alternative events. Councillor Roberts has foreshadowed that were Councillor Matson's motion to fail, that he would move to proceed with planning. So I will now put Councillor Matson's motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? I declare that lost. Councillor Roberts.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I move part A, and I've got nothing more to add. I said a few things in regard to the previous motion. And I'll reserve my right.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. All right. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Okay. CP 87/21 Development Complaints Register. Councillor Matson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have submitted an amendment to Mr. Kelly. I think he's got it there. I can't actually read all of it. I believe that's it. Just having a bit of problem here. Half of it's truncated. Hang on. Okay, I'm good. I've pinned it. My amendment is that Part A be replaced by what is on the screen and Part B be retained. My view on this is that the government has stripped from us any role in planning issues or decisions. When I first got on council, we went from being in the utter pits of demoralisation on how we were dealing with development applications, and we built. We raised ourselves up, and as the years went by, I think we gained a high level of integrity and trust from the community in the approving of DAs. But then suddenly we are no longer to be trusted with voting on DAs. That's a sad thing for the community. The only position left for us is that of advocacy, a need to push for reform. And I do believe that if you look around at some of the things that are happening in the New South Wales development industry, you've got to agree that there's something very wrong, that things are breaking down. It's not just the certifiers, it's the performance of builders, it's the performance of the withdrawal of council from being able to provide oversight. So if the only role left for us is advocacy, then I think we should move with a complaints register. I'm sort of surprised at the tone of the summary in the report on page 1, in which it suggested that the legal advice we got was that it was all a complaint registry would be unlawful. If you go to page 75 of the business paper and have a read at the legal advice that we've got. Sorry, that was page 73. You can see under the heading conclusion that the advice goes, on balance, we consider that if the register or annual report were challenged for being ultra-virus, a court would likely be persuaded that they are consequential to council's enforcement functions under the EP&A Act, or that they are permissible under Section 24. So my reading of the legal advice is that yes, it's contentious proposal, but it's not actually unlawful. So I think that the summary at the beginning of the report went a bit too far in the wrong direction. So I would suggest that we do take the legal advice very seriously and that we bring back a report noting the conditions, the points 28 through to point 55 of the legal advice, and we structure the nature and the operations of this complaint register based on the feedback and the advice we've got from the legal advice. In particular, under, so for example, under point 30, the heading above that is what regulatory action should council include on the complaints registry, and they give a solid advice. The rest of that page, from point 31 through to the last point on page 55, is something that we should take sound knowledge of, sound appreciation of, and if we move and resolve to adopt a complaints register, definitely those legal points should be worked into the fabric of how that complaints register will be worked, will operate. And I would be happy if a register like that came forward based on these legal points. So I would ask for support for this.
I believe Councillor Nielsen is seconding.
I am, and I reserve my right.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews, I believe you wanted to speak. No? Okay. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Roberts.
Well, in the absence of anyone else speaking against, I suppose I'll put my hand up. So I recognise and accept that bad behaviour by developers and non-compliant developers is a serious issue, and it needs to be addressed, but I don't think this is the forum for it. I don't think the council should start freelancing on this issue. There are other mechanisms that the state can use to address this through law reform and other matters and other ways to do it. And notwithstanding the amendment that the Councillor Matson has put up, this still, frankly, is too risky from my perspective with regards to the risk of defamation from members of the community who may find themselves on such a list. So I can't support it, and I'll be supporting the business paper.
Councillor Veach.
So I suppose that's a foreshadow. Or maybe I move the amendment. I don't think I can move the amendment.
No, you just vote no. Councillor Veach.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I very strongly support this motion. There's just that many issues applying developments, all the non-complying developments, and as a council, particularly in the earlier years of this term, one of the things that we put quite a lot of money towards was sort of data and, basically maintaining records and sort of digital databases and making information available. So we use that legal advice to ascertain to what extent that information is available, but to simply be receiving complaints all the time. And I know as a councillor, I've received complaints about types of developments. I'm sure every single councillor has, and some of them are extremely serious and have terrible impacts on neighbouring residents or lead to the irretrievable loss of property and so on. If we do not maintain those records in some kind of retrievable form, there's just simply no way of keeping track of how many of these things are happening. It would be a really useful resource as a council to be able to look back, even on an annual basis, and see how many complaints have been made to track if they're coming from the suppliers. This is actually really important information. If it was happening across every single council in New South Wales, we would have a very strong case to put forward regarding the type of law that Councillor Roberts referred to, but without that sort of strong data, the likelihood of something like that happening is probably fairly remote. So I hope councillors will support this. I think it's something the community would be very much in favour of, because often all we can do is refer complainants back to the principal certifier. But if we can also tell people, and residents get extremely frustrated that council's not able to do very much, but if we can at least say we're maintaining a register, we are going to note your complaint, this is going to be followed up, that would be of some help.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay, there being no further speakers, Councillor Matson, do you need to close the debate?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, the position I think we need to take is one of advocacy. If, as Councillor Roberts says, this is a job for the state government, then how do the people lobby the state government? If our local residents are being impacted on by poor building standards, poor oversight, then they will look, and as Councillor Veach has pointed out, they will look to their local council to show leadership, and it is up to us to respond. We have no other role left but that of advocacy. So I think we should embrace that. And really all I'm doing is asking for a report to come back. That report can be taken apart by the councillors and the new council and gone through point by point. And then that council can make a decision based on whatever report comes to them. But I think we should give the new council and the new councillors a direction and a weapon. A lot of them, there'll be at least 5 new councillors. We're asking them to come up to speed on what we understand and know about the failures of the building industry. It will take them 2 or 3 years to catch up. So let's do them a favour and give them a head start by giving them the value of this report. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
All those against? I declare that. I think we need a division, it's just not clear. Okay. Councillor Hamilton?
No.
Councillor Shuri?
Yes.
Councillor Nielsen?
Yes.
Councillor Veach?
Yes.
Councillor Stavrinos is absent. Councillor Luxford? Yes. Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Councillor Andrews? Councillor Bowen?
Yes.
Councillor Matson?
Yes.
Councillor Roberts? Councillor De Rocha?
Yes.
Councillor De Souza?
Yes.
Councillor Said? And the Mayor is yes.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. Alrighty.
Thank you very much.
Declare that carried. Okay, the next item, I believe, is CP 89/21. So, 18 to 20 Stanley Street, Randwick.
I challenge
Mayor, we're going to have to leave again, aren't we?
Yes, I believe so. Challenged by Councillor Nielsen.
Your second? Yes. I sent it to you. Here's a nice job. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
No, sorry.
I'll just give time for Councillor Said to leave.
I'm holding the keys, but I did send you. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Nielsen, could you
So
please tell us what you're moving?
I'm moving this report in an amended way. I assume, of course, that you've all read the report in relation to the Emmanuel School they're wanting a change to the condition that was imposed on them by the panel, and the panel imposed on the school that there should be, that students should not be allowed to drive to school, that no students should be allowed to drive to school Monday to Friday. And the school is moving an amendment that they should be encouraged not to. Basically, they should be discouraged. What I'm proposing as an amendment is up on the board for those of you who can cran your necks and turn upside down and see that if the Sydney Eastern City Planning Panel agrees with the request to amend the wording of condition 24D, that it be for a trial period of 12 months with a report to come back to the SECPP on the outcome of the trial.
Councillor Shue.
And
do you second it?
She's trying to, and I've just, sorry, I've got control. Mr. Kelly, I've neglected to add 2 words at the end of the, where I've got outcome of the trial, just to make it more, make sense. Thank you.
And yes, I'm seconding it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Nielsen, do you need to speak to it, or you've spoken to it?
I hope that if anybody needs me to explain it, they can ask me a question. Otherwise, I'm happy to put it. Okay. I assume you remember that a couple of years ago, when the matter first came to us for the expansion, the number of students at the Emmanuel School, we were spoken to by a number of residents about the impacts that was going to make on the surrounding streets and to them with the parking difficulties and so on. And the principal from the school also addressed us. And then this particular condition was imposed on the school by the planning panel. And I just think that the planning panel have been strict, and good reason for being strict. And so this is just a way of having a slight cautionary approach. So I hope you will support it.
Thank you. Councillor Shue.
I think Councillor Nielsen has explained it well enough, unless somebody wants to ask a question.
Okay, are there any questions? Otherwise, I'll just put it. Okay. Okay, there being no questions, Councillor Nielsen, I don't think you need to close. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? I declare that carried. Okay. CP 91/21, 11 to 19 Frenchman's Road, Randwick. I'll just give Councillor Shuri the opportunity. Sorry, Councillor, I've done it again. Councillor Nielsen, the opportunity to leave the meeting.
Do I need to wave this around?
Okay.
And the other councillors to come back in?
They're
Oh,
coming back.
no.
No, I don't believe they are.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe that.
No, I don't.
Councillor Shuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the recommendation in an amended fashion, and I've only recently sent it to Mr. Kelly, so I'm sorry, Mr. Kelly. Did we get it? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I really think that we should strongly endorse the attached report, and it would be great if all I'm presuming that all the councillors have read it, so that our voice as a council is united, and also sorry, my notes are here. Can't get my phone open. That we make a submission to the Sydney Eastern City Planning Panel requesting refusal of the DA in its current form, which is what the report actually says. And do I have a seconder?
Is there a seconder for this?
I'll second it.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Veitch.
Okay, second by Councillor Veitch.
So I think basically the actual amendment says it all, and I don't really need to elucidate on that unless you'd like me to.
Thank you. Councillor Veitch is the seconder.
I reserve my right.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, we'll just take the indulgence and put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? I declare that carried. Can we just get the councillors who are outside and bring them back in, please? Thank you. Councillors now having returned, we move to CS 54/21, Coastal Open Spaces, Summer Management Policy, challenged by Councillor Sedd. Councillor Sedd.
Mr Mayor, I'm moving as per the recommendation, which is just read and noted, but on page 199, I would like to include an extra dot point. With the traffic management, last year we found that our traffic managers were told not to let anyone apart from residents going to La Perouse, and unfortunately that meant that people who had booked christenings, etc. and all that sort of stuff and receptions at places like the Boat Shed, Danny's or wherever other restaurants down at La Perouse couldn't get to them. So we just need to have a plan where somehow those people can still get through down there. And because the traffic controllers are very heavy-handed, they just turned everyone away. So I'd just like to be noted on the top of page 199, assist with traffic congestion. There's 3 dot points there. If we can just make sure that we allow for a bit of leniency for people who are going to businesses within that region.
Seconded by Councillor Andrews. There being no further speakers, all those in favour, all those against, I declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to notices, motions pursuant to notice. NM 84/21, notice of motion from Councillor De Rocha, clerk for Jessica De Salvo. Okay, it is seconded by Councillor De Souza. Councillor De Souza.
I grew up with that family, Councillor.
Yeah, but you can have...
Don't worry about it.
Seconded by Councillor Sedd. Seconded by Councillor Sedd.
Councillors, I sent you the background behind this. In 2019, I met the De Salvo family. Sue was an extraordinary woman, which you read the background back then when we all agreed to put this plaque on the seat at Malabar, which, you know, after Todd doing the magic that he does, finding the right location and putting this seat, this family, you know, used to go there 2-3 times a week, especially Jessica, you know, just to sit and reflect on life itself. As everyone knows, Jessica, when you read what I've sent, Jessica De Salvo, daughter of Passy and Sue, and sister to Lauren, Rachel and Madison. Jessica overcame many, many hurdles in her life. Jessica never saw anything from everyone that I've spoken to, from when, you know, and I didn't know the family prior to this. And then, you know, from when I first got asked if I could help this family, at that point, Sue had then just passed away. They were trying to raise money to try and, you know, just help the family. At that point, I'm not rich, but me and a couple of other people, I threw in $300 and I gave a Woolies voucher to try and help the family through that torrid times. Then the family reached out for the mother, and I'm glad that every councillor agreed, you know, for something so, oh look, I've just got conscious just even thinking about it, but you know, this family and this mother who did so much for people, you know, I was looking at her and I was going, this family's been through so much. But then I ended up talking to Jessica, and I ended up finding out about Jessica's history. I mean, this incredible, incredible woman who had some mental health issues and, you know, who had, you know, certain disabilities that really, you know, in any case, most people would just say, this is too hard. But not Jessica. Like from the age of 6, she used to be in, you know, playing netball, you know, at Heffron, you know, and from there she built, you know, like her strength, she built her confidence. And, you know, in 2019, she went to Abu Dhabi to compete in, you know, the Disability Olympics, and her team won gold. Right? I mean, councillors, we talk about inspirations, we talk about role models, we talk about, you know, people that, you know, we want to be like. Now, Jessica, a person who, you know, looked after others, who tried to inspire other young kids to believe that anything is possible if you put your mind to it. I had a whole heap of notes to read out, councillors, but, you know, like I put the notes away and I thought, you've got everything that's there on my motion. When I spoke to Madison, you know, and then I asked Madison, please, can you just send me what you'd like or what you'd accept that I could share with councillors, because, you know, a lot of you will see me reading things out of a paper, but when I read out of the paper, it's my story that's gone there with the stories that people have shared with me. I'm asking councillors to support a plaque with, if you look at my motion at the end, it's got what the family would like to see on this plaque to be beside her mum at this seat at Malabar. I really do hope that, you know, this isn't me feeling sorry for somebody. This is me feeling proud of a family that's given so much. And for this girl who struggled so much and who never asked for anyone to feel sorry for her, but just wanted to make people happy and make people proud. This girl used to go down to see her mum. Now let's let the family go there and remorse and look out into the ocean and sit down and, you know, and have the mother and Jessica, who both contributed so much to life. Such an inspiration, such a role model. I hope you vote for this motion, and I hope it's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Said is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I commend Councillor De Rocha on this. It is a very simple gesture, but Madison DeSalvo went from kindergarten straight through to HSC with my daughter, and my wife taught all 3 sisters, except for Jessica, because she actually could not go to the same school with her sisters because of a disability. So she has it had very tough all her life. They're a very close-knit family. They're well loved amongst the Matraville Maroubra community. This is a very grateful for Councillor De Rocha. It means a lot to a lot of people, and I commend you on it, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor De Souza.
Mr Mayor, if you remember not so long ago when we were talking about the Hall of Fame, I encouraged the council to embrace the idea of people with lesser ability to, or well, let's call it what it is, with a disability. We were going to have a special plaque or remember these people. I was going to ask the mover if he's willing to accept that Mr Salvo be nominated to be one of the first recipients for this award.
I think that would be a remarkable, honourable thing to do for this girl who has achieved such greatness to be remembered in such an honour.
Well, Mr Mayor, after I've heard that, Councillor De Rocha is a very good man and it's a great motion. When I walk around, as we poll, they call him the People's Councillor, and they say what we like about Councillor De Rocha is that he actually understands us. He's one of us. And this motion clearly defines the character of this councillor. He gets in, well, someone told me about that, To Kill a Mockingbird, I believe Harper Lee writes that to really understand a person, you have to get in their shoes and under their skin and walk around in it. Councillor De Rocha does that with this community. He understands them and they understand him. Well done, councillor.
Thank you, councillors. I've just become aware that there is just some confusion relating to this. Just a point of clarification from the General Manager.
Through Mr Mayor, to the mover, can I just suggest that the wording in dot point B be changed to contact the DeSalvo family to advise that council will install a commemorative plaque rather than to advise of the process?
Thank you, General Manager.
Thank you. Just for the benefit of the meeting, can I just get some clarification as to point C? Just so everyone is clear as to what they're voting on. Yeah, your suggestion.
Well, we are going to have a special award this year in the Hall of Fame or inductees. We have Australia, 80 medals in the Special Olympics. So I was hoping that Miss DeSalvo would be nominated. I'm not, let the committee still decide, but she's a worthy nominee. That's all I'm asking. Give her the opportunity to be the first person inducted into the Hall of Fame for people with lesser ability. Is that possible? So we're not saying she gets it. We're nominating her and this is an opportunity to do it. But if it causes complications, I'm happy to hold back.
No. Thank you, Councillor De Souza. You've clarified it. Just for the benefit of the meeting, point C reads, endorse Jessica DeSalvo as a nominee for the Special Award for People with Disabilities. I think that's very clear. All those in favour of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
All those against? I declare that carried. NM 85/21, notice of motion from Councillor Matson, need for more oversight on private certification and construction companies in the LGA. Councillor Matson.
Mr Mayor, before I put this, can I just quickly ask through you to the General Manager, my understanding now is the resolution that we passed earlier in relation to the complaints register would actually allow cover the issue in this motion, would it? For example, if someone made a complaint about a private certifier, that would be if the report brought back a recommendation that private certifiers be included. That would make this motion redundant, wouldn't it?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we can certainly make sure that the report covers this aspect in relation to a web page and database. I think that the same queries and I guess potential concerns that were raised in the Lindsay Taylor advice also relate to this recommendation in item A.
Thank you, Mr Werezinski. Okay, Mr Mayor, on that understanding, I would suggest that we just simply withdraw the motion and that, as indicated by Mr Werezinski, the matter can be dealt with in the resolution earlier on the complaints issue.
Thank you. We're now moving into the closed session. CP 93/21, Community Service Awards 2021 to 2022. Okay. There's no need to, if there's no discussion, can I just confirm that you're moving the recommendation on the business paper? Okay. Yep. Beg your pardon? No, there's no debate. Yeah. If there's no debate, all those in favour, all those against?
Aye.
I declare that carried. There being no further business, I declare the meeting closed at...
Mr. Mayor, I should have put this up earlier, but I'd just like to convey a very deep vote of thanks to the General Manager and all the directors and all the managers and staff for their work over this term. Could we just have a moment to do this? Would that be okay?
Okay, yeah, move a procedural motion just to consider a vote of thanks. Okay, that's fine. That's accepted. Yep.
Yes, I'd just like to convey my very deep thanks to Therese, to our General Manager, to all of our directors, Kerry Kiriakou, Todd Clark. I'm a bit tired tonight. Feeling the best. All of the managers. You know, it's been a massive term and a massive couple of years through COVID, and I know all of the staff have literally been working around the clock with, you know, things, you know, COVID rules changing all the time, just inundated with questions from councillors and residents, trying to adapt, keep everyone safe, and, you know, abiding by the law. There's been a big agenda with so many strategies coming through, very big changes, and so I'd just like to record mine. I'm sure all the councillors' thanks to you for your very hard dedication and hard work.
Okay, thank you. I'll happily put that. Thank you. All those in favour, all those against, declare that carried. I now close the meeting at 10:42 p.m. Thank you.
And councillors, I just remind you, being the last meeting of council term, if you would like to take your nameplates as a memento, if you're leaving, then definitely do so.